on day 2, evening 2 of the 2022-23 Budget Committee hearing. And one thing, I like the process a lot that we're doing this year. It gives us on the Budget Committee the chance to talk directly to the department heads, and I thought it was very rewarding last night that we were able to go into depth, and the department heads were able to talk a lot more than what they usually do. Another advantage is that none of the department heads can hide out in the back of the room. You're all sitting front and center, and we have a great chance to talk with you. I know that Jeff has some words to say, so I'll hand off to Jeff.
Thank you, Chair Hart. We'll just note for the record that lay members Phoenix and Haas are on Zoom right now. We have not yet seen Councillor Menke log in, so we'll let you know for the record if and when she does join us. I know we had a couple of reminders last night. Just, you know, even though the mics are live, they're not picking you up if you're too far away. So try to keep in front of the mic and try not to bob around too much. It's difficult for the recording, and for the folks who are online, this is their way to hear you. So with that, and I'll try to cast maybe just a slightly more optimistic note that this is your final meeting on the 2022-23 budget. We are hoping, and if you're not ready to move the budget tonight, that's why we reserve tomorrow night. So we will do what the committee bids. I want to thank you again, Mayor Hill, members of the council, lay members of the budget committee. Tonight you're going to hear from Scott Burke, our IS director, Heather Richards, planning director. The public works team will be virtual tonight, Ann Pagano, the director, operations manager David Renshaw, and wastewater services manager Leland Kester, and then Susan Muir will be batting cleanup tonight, our parks and recreation director. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair, and thank you for your time and attention tonight.
I'll do a little bit of self-indulgence here. Again, I think this year's process is really good. We do lose a few things when we don't go through the entire book page by page. And part of this is to honor our outgoing mayor, because every year that I have ever been on the budget committee, Scott has made a point of stopping and admiring a section of the budget about FTEs. And we should never lose sight, first of all, that FTEs are people. And these are people who work for the city, who care about the city, who volunteer for the city. And it's the people that make the city. And Scott, you always did such a great job of turning to the page, and in this situation, or tonight, it's table 3 on page 52 of your book. And I want you just to talk about that for a few minutes.
Just a couple of things, and we addressed this last night with again, this is the FTE full-time equivalency. We talked last night of 330.34 FTE, and so we talked about that last night. But the piece that I really like is that table 352. It is something that I talk about every single week for the last long time. And so today we are sitting with 972 volunteers. And I'd like to say that that is all the way from our soccer coaches, our t-ball coaches, city council, committees, and the mayor, 972. Now, my background in banking, I was involved in communities throughout the Willamette Valley, because banks like to take ownership, and they like to work with chambers, they like to work with cities, the whole 9 yards. And I don't know of another city of the equivalent size of McMinnville that has that kind of participation of volunteers. I have mayors that come up to me and says, oh, if we could only be kind of like McMinnville, raise our hand and we step up to the plate. And I think it all starts with volunteerism. You know, it sets the tone. It, you know, because you've got advocates of 972, but each of those, if they even talk to, you know, 4 or 5 people, the reach is 5,000. And so, again, you know, I just take my hat off to, again, each of the counselors. I don't know that any of you would say that this is probably what you signed up for. It's quite different. But you find the opportunity to find the joy in it, or you wouldn't stay along for the ride for very long. And then I look, and I've had a chance to interview every single budget committee member. And last year you sent a message loud and clear, we want to be more involved. And that's just one committee. And we have 10, 11 committees, and they're as passionate in the areas that they have expertise in. So again, Jerry, thank you for this opportunity, but I just send the message out. It's all about volunteerism, and that's one of the things that make our city so great. The second thing is going back to the number of 230.34. I don't know who the 34 is. They're there somewhere, but your commitment, and Jeff and I had the opportunity to meet with Ann today, and David Renshaw, and Leland with the Public Works, and we had a luncheon, and I'll just say, I shared with them, they're the unseen heroes, because they're working in ice, snow, rain, and then you flip it over, heat, sun, and they do, and they're the glue that kind of holds the infrastructure together, the physical infrastructure. And so we had a great afternoon of just sharing with them and thanking them for all that they do. And I could do the same with our police. We've heard the story last night of the fire, and we've heard the story of library. We love the library and what they do. We've heard the story of Kylie, she's all by herself. You know, we'd like to support her a little more, but we've heard all these stories, and tonight we've got many other stories to hear from the other departments. So thank you, Jerry, and I know I went too long.
No, you have earned it. Anything else for the good of the order before we delve into the department heads? Okay, I think we're ready.
Yep, all right. Hello, Budget Committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to present our information to you tonight. As a whole, we're Panel B. We intend to follow the same pattern as the first panel. We'll go group by group. We'll spend time talking about opportunities and challenges for the next fiscal year, the things we're doing, the things that we're not doing. We'll touch on ad packages, staffing challenges, recruitment and retention issues, and also long-term facility maintenance and long-term planning. To echo what the panel started off with last night, together, we're the city's executive management team, and we face challenges and we enjoy successes as a team. And most of all tonight, we'd really like to talk holistically about our biggest challenges of continuing to support all city departments so they're able to provide direct services to our community. We'll talk about pursuing ways to improve decision-making, increase our visibility to useful data, being able to better engage the community and improve our existing systems, and finding a path forward to taking care of our people and our facilities. We'll keep talking about the impact of not funding core services, how facilities and buildings continue to degrade without investment and management, how skilled employees spend time managing building maintenance, how projects take longer when departments are not able to staff up and retain staff. With all that being said, I'll bring up a few slides and kind of move into talking about IT. So we're talking about Fund 80 in your budget, page 491. This is a big change for us because Fund 80 is at the very end of your book, and we're almost always last. It's like 10:45 at night, and everybody's falling asleep. And so it's just kind of exciting to be front and center here tonight, and we're just ready to talk about anything budget-related and IT-related. So thanks for letting me go first.
It's where IT belongs.
Yeah, that's right, front and center, so. Excuse me. Okay, so for starters, if I haven't met anyone out here, my name is Scott Burke. I've been with the city for 16 years. I have to give a shout out to one of our budget committee members, Debbie Harmon Ferry, for providing a fabulous reference for me when I applied for a job 16 years ago and helping me get my start in public service. So thanks, Debbie. And 16 years goes by so fast. This is my 7th Budget Committee meeting as a director. We've had the same team of 4 IS people in place since 2015. We're a tight-knit, well-trained, hardworking group of problem solvers that like to joke that we're responsible for anything that plugs into the wall. But really, we just work with all things technology-related in the city. So I was using Google to put some slides together for this presentation, and you know they have the autofill, and it kind of tries to complete your search request when you type words into Google. And I was just typing in technology is, and then technology is like, and then I spent the next hour going down the rabbit hole of all the weird things that came up after that. And I just wanted to share a couple that I thought maybe would fit this presentation. So go ahead, next slide. One of the first ones was technology is the future. The future is still so much bigger than the past. I just like that quote. And we're looking forward. We're not bogged down by the things that have happened. We talked about in this budget cycle who we want to be as a city. How can technology help get us there? We're centrally managing over 100 cell phones, 300 computers, network here at 14 locations. COVID has very rapidly accelerated our growth into becoming a mobile workforce, and we move more systems to the cloud every year. Next slide. Technology is like an iceberg, not the Titanic part, hopefully. But you know, the iceberg analogy, the things that you see above the water. You see your direct deposit go into your bank account. You get email on your phone anywhere, anytime. You see the audiovisual equipment in this room. People are at home, remote working. These are the things we see and we do. All the things underwater, the things you don't see in IT, the infrastructure work, the cybersecurity work, the updates, the training, the device management, the risk management, the compliance and audits and the project management. I just kind of like the iceberg analogy to IT as well. And then one more, just to go, and technology was like a knife, and I had to click on that because I was like, what is that one? And it was, it can be a tool, it can be a hazard, and it can be a weapon. And I had to think on that a little bit. You know, clearly we're a tool. We help people communicate with each other. We build and we fix systems. We don't want to be a hazard. We don't want to make things worse. We don't want to rush in and get in the way, have technology get in the way of helping people do their jobs and solve their problems. And as a weapon, we're fighting inefficiency by improving processes. We're fighting injustice and bias with data analysis. We're fighting to find resources to provide services to our department and to the public. So in your budget summary books there, I'll hit just a couple notes in the high points in our summary. One of the chief ones is that, like every other department, our workload is going up, and we'll be back here in the next couple years looking to expand. Software packages are growing. There's more cell phones, there's more mobile devices, there's more hybrid meeting support. Technology is just going to keep expanding. It's a miracle we've been able to hold our FPD together for like 20 years, but the day is going to come one of these days. Cybersecurity is going to continue to be an ever-present threat. We're looking at several grants to expand our protection in that area, possibly extending some more service contracts for professional resources externally. Hardware and software costs are up an average of 10% across the board. You'll see that reflected in our materials and services here. And as a whole, we're just going to continue the mobile workforce strategy that we happily had in place before pre-COVID. It's just so vastly accelerated where employees that used to get desktops, everybody's getting laptops now, docking stations, and we're just enabling everybody to work anywhere because that's clearly the future. So, okay, go ahead, next. Oh, you're on the, I'm sorry, go back one. You're way ahead of me there. Okay. So for 22-23, just a couple things to touch on we're going to do in terms of our strategic plan. The goal that we usually fall under just being an internal services department, we want to strengthen the city's ability to prioritize and deliver municipal services. We definitely have some infrastructure projects planned. We've talked about, we have a multi-year core switching project. We're improving network speeds all the time. The cybersecurity thing, we're always adding layers onto our security posture. That's just a never-ending battle. We have a lot of departmental projects we're going to be working on next year with other departments. We want to be integrating some HR and ERP software. We're going to continue supporting our remote court as they move to a hybrid move. We're supporting, the PD and their body-worn camera projects, which, by the way, is all the solutions there are completely cloud-based. All the storage is bypassing our network. It's just another wave of the future that we're riding as when we can, we're moving everything to the cloud. And then we have a website refresh that's coming up this summer. We've been working with our amazing communications and engagement manager, Noelle Amaya, doing an amazing job helping us gather citywide feedback. That'll be a two-part process. There'll be kind of a front-end branding refresh on the website first, and then kind of a back-end functionality upgrade come after that. So, and then go ahead next. And then we do have two ARPA-approved projects from the ARPA fund from the council. One is the AV upgrade money, which is enabling the meetings that we're having in this room all the time, the whole hybrid Zoom. They can hear us, we can hear them, all those good things. There's more to come there. We're going to be adding cameras. We're going to continue improving the system. This room is also where court takes place remotely. And we have a couple other rooms around the city outfitted with similar technology. And we have mobile gear, too, if you ever have a different group that needs to meet somewhere. So we're doing pretty well on that front. And then the other kind of major project for next year that we're using the ARPA money for is a investment in our firewall. It's difficult to overstate the importance of the investment in this project. Our firewall is the first and greatest line in defense in our cybersecurity. It was last upgraded in 2015, so it's due. It provides our our secure VPN, our private network that enables employees to work at home and work remotely. It's literally the gateway between the city and the entire internet, and protects us from a lot of threats. So we're really looking forward to getting that updated. Okay. And then just for a couple of things that we aren't doing this year with some of the revenue reductions, our storage is pretty much due for an update. We're going to put that off for a year. It's not dangerous iffy, but we'd like to do it this year, but we can put it off for a year. The next one, the virtual server, is one that I'll spend just a minute on. We used to have 50 boxes in our server room. Now we have like 6, because that's the way technology goes. And we just need to replace one of those. We're going to have to try to find a way to do that one way or the other. And it kind of ties into the third item there, where for a couple years we've been trying to build up a capital reserve in IS so that we can kind of build departments on a more regular basis and have a little bit put away for when we need it. And we may have to access that. It's one of the possible solutions. We may try to save things in a couple other areas, but that one's it's something we really would like to do this year. And then one that we touched on yesterday's panel was the mobile data computers for the police and fire. We're talking about 5 MDTs for police vehicles and 6 for the fire department. And those, that just affects our department because, the longer you run things, the more maintenance they need. There's more impact on our resources. And frankly, it just results in more cars being marked out of service for a day. And just you're kind of pushing that cost down the road because we're going to have to replace even more next year. So, go ahead. There we go. Okay, and just to talk about a couple more citywide challenges that we have as we relate to some other departments. We don't have a building as IS, but we have a lot of infrastructure in all the other buildings. So we're pretty involved with every city facility. We have network cabling, we have equipment to carry communications, we have servers, cameras. All this stuff needs maintenance and upkeep. Some of our older buildings, we're just spending more money on replacing wiring. It does wear out, it does get brittle. People bump it, and then your network doesn't work anymore. So we're running new network, we're squeezing people into different places, and we're adding wiring to aging facilities. So that just takes a little bit more time. And some of the other things that were moved this year kind of affect us in a few different ways. Without investment in GIS, we have one amazing GIS person who does an amazing job. There's a whole lot more we could be doing there to give the community more mapping data and access to things. Without a new investment in HR, it's just going to take us longer to complete projects with that department and other departments. Without a facilities maintenance person, we get involved in so many things that are non-IT because we walk around and we're problem solvers. We deal, like when your power goes out, we deal with, there's bugs in the building. We need to move a heavy object. There's so many things. We replace light bulbs. It constantly happens. And we do that. We do IT. We're there to help you fix whatever you can. So just that ongoing, it's just kind of a load on us without central facilities maintenance. And we do offload as much of that as we can because we don't want to be the people running around with screwdrivers and light bulbs, but that's just a reality of what we do also. And just to kind of sum that up, technology projects need software investment is one thing, but you could give me a $50,000 tool and if match me with a department, if that department does not have the resources to help implement that project, then it's not going to be successful. So, because you need a piece of software and you need people on both sides to manage the project, manage the implementation, and make sure that's going to be successful. So that affects us too, just the more that we try to implement technology. So, lastly, is our summary slide up there. I wanted to note just one more item too, is that we've moved our offices out of the community center. If everyone ever visits us there, we're over at the police department now. It's our first change of scenery in 20 years. And many thanks to Susan Muir and Katie Noyd, the Parks and Rec team, who are amazing hosts for this time. And honestly, we are loving all the basic things that you forget you missed, like reliable temperature controls and an HVAC system that gives you fresh air, and just some of the good. We feel like we moved into a 5-star building, and it's a big deal for our little group. It was just a huge morale win for us, and hopefully we don't have to move again until maybe a new facility comes along. So, in summary, so this year we'll continue to hold the line as best we can. We'll spend more time in maintenance of older systems, especially public safety. We use our ARPA project allotment to move forward the most important projects, and we'll do everything we can to support the city's departments and advance all of our common goals with technology and communication and goodwill towards all. So thanks for your time, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions?
Just want to state for the record that Councillor Minky is on the line now.
Hello, Kelly? I think.
I have a question. First, Scott, I undersold you. That was probably a fantastic hire, and I'm very impressed with all you've done for many years. This is probably a real rookie question, and I'm admitting that, but I see in the budget that you anticipate making over $1 million in charges for services revenues. Who are we charging? Like what? I don't understand.
So we're basically funded by charging other departments.
So other departments within the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
got
we don't have a revenue source, so we kind of bill by computer count by department. So
Great.
we're divvied up among departments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair, Scott, could you just touch a little more on cybersecurity? I know a number of the conference I've been attending for American Power Association and the Northwest Power Public Power Association, we talk a lot about cybersecurity. And I know Mac Water and Light, they work with power and distribution and the quality of life from that perspective. But we've seen such an increase in the cybersecurity and those that are trying to break into systems and the phishing emails that go in, and we've seen that a bit, where something comes in, I'm stuck someplace and I need $50, please send it to me, those types of things. Could you just update us a little bit from your perspective, how secure you feel we are, how much focus and effort are we putting in to cybersecurity?
Absolutely. And let me just start by saying, do not ever buy somebody gift cards, ever, from an email request, because I got to get that in wherever I can. Those are constant. You're right. It's
Yeah, because I have to disclose those, don't I?
Yep. But thanks, Mayor, for your question, because that really is probably the most important and top issue that we face anymore as a department. Outside of providing services and whatnot, it's an internally focused thing, but it affects everything we do. Every conference I go to, it's the top issue. It's, I hear a lot of speakers everywhere you read about it. You read about this city and that city. And I don't want to go too far into the weeds. I know I'm probably overdue to have an exec session with the council and give you an update about some of the nitty-gritty details, which I don't like to share in public meetings. But we are constantly adding new layers. It's a cat and mouse game. We're constantly reviewing firewall logs every day. We have some really good technology in place and invested over the years that I feel, it keeps me up at night, honestly, but I feel good about where we are. It's one of those things where you can always do more. You can always get another product. You can always do another thing. There are places at our size we tend to contract out for more of the professional services and really specialized knowledge. And we're constantly in touch with our managed service partner, and we get updates about like 2 or 3 times last year, there's a big evil security bug that's coming out. And you know what? We have to work around the clock to get everything updated because people are actively getting attacked. I mean, it happens once or twice a year, and it's kind of the regular, it's the way of operations anymore. And on the backside of that, there's only so much you can do to strengthen your cybersecurity posture. And the other side of that is when you talk about your recovery ability. And I feel pretty secure about our backups and where things are at. We focus a lot on recovery. We talk about things, like RTO, just recovery time objective, and RPO, recovery point objective. How far back in time can you recover? How long is it going to take you to recover? I'd like to see us get to the point where we're running exercises with departments, and we can walk into finance one day and say, hey, what's going to happen tomorrow if you don't have any computers? And we're not there yet. Those are more process things that I hope to be working on with departments and say, there will come a day one time, and we can get your data back, we can get your servers back, but what are we going to do for 48 hours while we're doing that? And that's kind of the challenge that we focus our other set of resources are. There's a prevention piece and there's a recovery piece. So we work in all those areas, but we keep up to date on what's going on, and we're pretty solid there. Yep.
Mine's a continuation of that. Curious about how much of your department's time is spent on cybersecurity.
Oh gosh, let's see. I would say I'm trying to think of a way to express it percentage-wise or daily-wise. I try to spend at least, I'd say probably on average, at least a quarter of my time hourly every week. It's not always a full day. It's like I said, we're reviewing logs, we're doing things every day and checking on things, or we're responding to incidents, or we're, sending people warnings about what came in the mail filter, or checking our firewall for things. So it's, and my team is also invested in that in different ways too. So I would guess best case is 25% of a week, but it's probably somewhere between 10 and 25%.
Questions, comments? Go ahead.
Several. First, that was your answer to Mayor Hill was spot on. That's my life, and that's exactly about how I would answer that question. So, I can only imagine it's different at your level than what I do, because I'm more, probably half of my time is spent with consumers rather than with businesses doing infrastructure that you're discussing. You mentioned the devices that are in the police cars and in the fire department, and they brought it up as well. Whose budget does that actually come out of when the time comes that we make those investments?
So we're kind of a pass-through for that kind of spending. It's in the police budget and it's in our budget, so ultimately they're paying for that. But as a capital IS item, there's kind of a movement, I want to say years ago, to try to centralize IS costs, so we had a pretty good idea of what we were spending. So that money flows through our budget, and we'll do the purchasing, we'll buy it and deploy it, but ultimately we're billing back to the police or the fire department for those.
Perfect. And then the other question I have, I think, might have been at a budget meeting, it might have been in a different meeting, but I brought up testing you could do, and I was wondering if that was still something that might get implemented in the future.
I'm sorry, a test you could do?
Yeah, to see if we're responding as we should, and if the staff are responding as they should.
Yes, that's, we'll talk more about that in our next exec session, but yes. Tools are happening, let's just say that. I'm going to let the cat out of the bag there.
Thank you. If I try and think of IS and computers and data as infrastructure, right? How and part of our facilities and our infrastructure, right, aren't people, our assets, is that data and information and as a tool. And you touched on it a little in your presentation. Can you help me make the connection to how best we could start to create a system and a structure to support that ongoing? I think you touched on it a little when you said, if you gave me a $50,000 software tool to deliver to a department, it doesn't do a bit of good if that department can't support it, right? If we don't have some of those things. And maybe in that thread, in that vein, can you help me understand our data as infrastructure, our information as infrastructure, and how best we could start to wrap our heads around or plan for a protective future around that, as opposed to being, as I think a theme we're hearing is oftentimes sitting in a reactionary position versus a forward-thinking position. Can you help me understand that?
Absolutely, yeah, and I think it's all a matter of long-term planning, and I think of it in terms of, like I said, we don't have a building, but our infrastructure can be likened to a building, and we have a lot of facilities around the city that we're going to keep talking about, saying, we need a long-term capital plan, we need a long-term facility replacement plan, and we need to find a way to fund something sustainable so we can say, every 20 years, we can replace this building, or every year we have the money to do maintenance on this building. Our infrastructure is not any different, except for the fact that, we can't increase fees on a program or, whatnot, but we have a capital replacement plan in our group that, we have assets that we know need replaced on a certain time schedule. And we're kind of in that zone where we're throwing our items in the capital bucket every year as well, and kind of seeing what happens and making the best of what comes out. We kind of started that process a couple years ago to try to put some money away to smooth that out a little bit. That's kind of the first step to the plan. But I would say it's no different than finding a long-term capital plan for buildings. It's finding a long-term capital plan for IS as well. It's just a matter of how are we going to build departments in a way where it doesn't matter what we're buying, but we get a certain amount of capital every year to fund the infrastructure that we need to fund. And that's the same idea for buildings. And we can come up with, we can do a study and do a number in the same way, but does that help?
It does. I think maybe it's as we look to build a revenue stream and invest in a distinctive, methodical plan to capital improvement plan for many years out to take care of our infrastructure in terms of buildings and land, we should include in that data as a forward-thinking approach to bring all that infrastructure along. Am I?
Yeah, I think that was the word I was looking for, is more of the capital improvement plan.
Yeah, so include that in that as we build, as we look to build something like
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes me think of, I think when we go out for some of the insurance, sometimes they bill IT equipment as like a certain percentage of the building. There's sliding scales, and there's things that will say, 4% of your cost here is IS. So there's a number there that we could study up as a group and as a team and figure out how to slot that in with the rest of the capital improvement plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Anything else for Scott? Thank you.
All right, thanks, everyone.
I think Heather.
So good evening, everyone. I'd like to vote for Scott to go earlier in the program in the future. That was great. I'm Heather Richards. I'm the planning director for the city of McMinnville. I'm going to talk to you about 3 different funds tonight. Our planning department, which is more than just planning, our building fund, and then also our new fund, which is an affordable housing fund. I wanted to start with a little story. Susan and we had met earlier today, and I was sharing with her that I thought about this as I was putting this PowerPoint together for you. It was one of Susan's first city council meetings with us. We were sitting right over there, and we were going around introducing ourselves to her, and she was introducing herself to us. And one of the things that she said that really struck me was that we always need to be looking up and not looking down. And I remember right after she said that, I said, I am so glad you're here, because looking up is all about strategic planning, and that's what we in planning should be doing. I'm going to tell you, though, I don't think we're doing that right now, and I'm going to walk you through why I don't think we're doing that right now, and that's sort of the investment we should be making in our future. But looking up, as we walk through this, think about that. So I am a planning director who works from passion, so I'm either really excited about what I'm doing or I'm really worried about it. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I'm worried about McMinnville right now. I play in MLS the listing service probably once a week to see what's going on. And so I was just in there an hour ago looking at housing prices. I sat here about 5 years ago in front of you and said, I'm really worried about McMinnville. I think we're going to start gentrifying because of our housing supply and what's been going on in the planning department for the last 15 years in terms of being behind in our planning. So in McMinnville right now, for our median household income, you can afford about a $200,000 home. So for $200,000 in McMinnville, you can find a manufactured home, which is on the market. A 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,400 square foot home on a 7,000 square foot lot is about $400,000. A 3-bed, 2-bath home on 1,400 square feet is also on the market for $440,000. A 4-bed, 3.5-bath home, about a little less than 3,000 square feet on 7,000 square foot lot is $750,000. And a 4-bed, 3-bath home, about 3,000 square feet on a 9,000 square foot lot is $870,000. So I don't know about you. Actually, I do know about you. My little trick is I always try to figure out where people live and what their situations are, because I want to know what your perspective is when you're making decisions. But I can tell you, these are home prices that many of us are not accustomed to ourselves or are in ourselves in terms of carrying mortgages to do this. And this is what new families coming into McMinnville are looking at. So I wouldn't be able to come into this community today and buy a home for me and my 2 children anymore. And I worry that the future families are not able to do that. That's what I worry about McMinnville. We're gentrifying, our demographics are changing. So the longer you put it off, the bigger the problem becomes, and this is sort of our land supply discussion, and that's why I wanted to talk about housing a little bit in that regard. And I think, unfortunately, it will get worse over the next couple of years before it gets better because of the planning that we still need to do. So the planning department is not just about planning anymore. We have expanded in terms of what we do to the point where my team is now telling me, say no when you're asked to bring more programs on. But we do current planning and long-range planning. We support the urban renewal program. The building department moved into the planning department. Building division moved into the planning department from community development. Code compliance moved into the planning department from the police department. We are building an economic development program and an affordable housing program. We have 5 FTEs dedicated to planning. The 5 FTEs in planning are doing the current long-range urban renewal and affordable housing programs. They support 5 standing committees. So per our comprehensive plan, the planning department is the citizen involvement arm for the community. So we take that very seriously. We do everything we can to support those committees that meet monthly and are doing the work for you in terms of the planning that's coming to you in terms of recommendations. So we have 79 volunteers that meet monthly doing that work. I was hired 6 years ago in 2016 by Martha Meeker. When she hired me, she said, I want to hire you to rebuild the planning program here in McMinnville. I want you to take 6 months and do an assessment of the program and come back with a recommendation of how to rebuild that. And I think many of you have seen the sheets that I put together where I had gone through all the different plans and where we were at with them and the ones we were behind on. We were behind on all of them, quite frankly. And then what it would take to get up to date on those planning programs in terms of both FTEs and resources. And that's what we've been working from ever since. I also figured out fairly quickly, I've been a department head for 17 years, that the revenue resources in the planning program were very, very limited. And for the city, that there was also a budgetary problem. So I said to myself, I need to diversify and figure out how to bring other revenue sources into planning to be able to do the work. So one of the first things we did was we looked at the fee structure, and I came to you and said we need 100% cost recovery for current planning. That's standard. That's a service that's very specialized to development. They should be paying for that service. And so we worked through that. So we're working to build to that level at this point in time, but to give you some perspective, in 2016, we collected $23,000 in permit revenue, and in 2021, we collected $150,000 in current planning revenue. So that's the ability to pay for an additional FTE just from that particular permit revenue. We also chase every grant we can find. So we chase grants because that's the way we pay for the long-range planning in the program. I typically like to bring in grants that are at least a third of the long-range planning program, or even up to a half. I try to find every grant we can and bring that into McMinnville so we can help pay for our programs. So to put that in perspective, in 2016, we had $6,000 in grants, and in 2021, we had $107,000 in grants for long-range planning. We then created 3 sub-funds in 2020 so we could really truly understand the costs of current planning and long-range planning so that we could keep that fee structure moving forward and transparent. And so we have a current planning program that's 100% fee supported. That's our goal. We're not quite there yet. We have a long-range planning program that's supported with general fund and grants. And then we have an administration program that's a mixture of fees and the general fund. So the challenges for planning quite frankly, we're understaffed. The norm is 1 planner per 5,000 people. We have 5 planners for 35,000 people. So the workload is daunting. We're behind in planning as a program and we're trying to catch up. So that's the required planning we should be doing as a community. We're getting state mandates annually for new work that we should be doing. We have new state reports that we need to be doing every year. I'm behind on the state reports. There's several I haven't submitted this year yet. I don't know what they're going to do, but I've told them we just don't have the staff to put that together at this point in time. And we're not doing strategic planning. We're not doing that proactive planning. And now we're working on affordable housing because that is an issue facing us. We're burnt out. 2021 was a hard year. We had furloughs in our program, and in planning, the deadlines don't go away. So we can't say we won't get to this work because we have mandatory deadlines that we're working towards. So the furloughs put a couple of us into a lot of overextended hours in terms of trying to get that work done. I have 4 planners. 3 of them resigned last year. That's a lot of transition and a lot of lifting up for a program. So we are now back to rebuilding the program. There's several reasons why they resigned, but some of them are similar to what you heard last night. There was concern about the budget, the furloughs. The workload was just too much, and so they moved on to either other careers or other communities. So in terms of our projects for next year in 2022-23, we're responding to state mandates. So we will still be responding to the House Bill 2003 mandate. We have to have that done by December of 2023. And that's updating our housing needs analysis and our economic opportunity analysis, and if it shows need a UGB amendment. That just makes me sends shivers up and down my spine. Just think we have that's in front of us. We also are doing our House Bill 2001 residential design review, state mandate. It puts a lot more work on planners to do that work, and we have to still respond within the same deadline. So we're figuring out how to bring that into our workload. And then we're going to work really hard on entitling land supply for housing. That's my worry. That's the strategic part. We did a UGB amendment, but that land is not ready to come into the city and be developed. There's still a lot of planning that needs to happen before that comes into the city, and we have very few subdivisions left that are building out. So we need to work really hard to try to get that land entitled, and we're still years away from that. We're already behind on our public facility plans to do that. We intended to do a transportation system plan and start that last summer. And because of our staffing issues, we have not gotten that out for an RFP yet. We're working to get that out here in the next month or 2 and bring that into our workload. We also need to do area plans for each area of the UGB before it comes into the city. We promised to do 1 a year. We did not get that done last year either. We're going to get that RFP out in the next month or 2 as well. So those are our budget projects. If you ask me what our priorities would be, it's very different than that.
Can I pause you for just a second? And this is I'm the baby counselor question. When you say you're going for RFP, what exactly do you mean by that?
And thank you. I try not to talk in acronyms, but my world is very much an acronym. RFP is a request for proposal. So that's when you put out out into the consultant world that the city wants to hire consultants to help us with the transportation system plan, and they all send in their proposals and we review them.
Okay, so you are actually looking for folks to come in and help the planning department
consultants to help us with the transportation system plan, and what that would be is traffic engineers, a consultant to do the transportation modeling. They're not going to be doing the planning work associated with that work, but they're bringing in the industry expertise.
Bring in the data so you can do the planning. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. So my priorities, if we were able to actually move forward priorities, would be really focusing on the public engagement in McMinnville. I would love to see the public more engaged in our planning process. I would love to see a more diverse population participating in our planning process. I have a running joke with the executive team that we see the same 400 people everywhere we go, and we're 34,000 people. I would love to figure out how to get more people involved in the planning discussion. I would love to change the tone of the dialogue in McMinnville about planning. It should be fun. Planning is fun, and we need to bring back the fun to planning here in McMinnville. I would love to do DEI planning. That's what other communities are doing right now, is diversity, equity, inclusion planning. They're looking at neighborhoods, and they're looking at demographics, and they're looking at statistics, and they're looking at what are the amenities in those neighborhoods, and how are we serving our different neighborhoods in equitable ways. We're not doing that in the planning department right now. We don't have the resources to do that. I would love to do sustainability planning. We hear about it all the time. How do we rewrite our code so we encourage people to do sustainable practices? We would love to be doing that. And rebuilding the program. I would love to have the time to mentor our new employees. I want them to enjoy planning. I want them to become great planners. We need to rebuild the program. That's what I would like to see as our priorities, but we don't have that right now in our budget. So our core services investments. We are at a base level. We look at our services in terms of staffing to support our programs and planning, and then professional services for our long-range planning, so our partners of consultants. And when I first did the assessment for the city back in 2016, I looked at these base levels, and this is the same information from that time period when I said this is what we need to do to move this program forward in different ways. So the base level is keep the doors open. What that means is we're able to get the programs done, we're moving them forward, but we're really not doing anything beyond that. The mid-level is to start proactive planning, to really start that looking up piece of it. How do we start looking up and thinking about the future and really being proactive about this? And the optimal level is the program to be proud of. So right now, we are at the base level. We do have the funds for the professional services to bring in those partners, and we have 5 FTEs. The mid-level would be 6.5 FTEs with the same amount of professional services. So we would be looking at adding 1.5 FTEs to that. Oh, and one of the things that we had provided as part of the ad support packages was 1 FTE for a GIS planner. So to the discussion of data, we don't have the data we need to do the work that we need to do. We don't have the GIS data that other communities have access to. And I used to think before this past year that we just didn't have sort of the bells and whistles to be able to do the mapping, to understand, how our different neighborhoods are working in terms of the census tract blocks and that type of data. But recently, this past year, I've also learned that we're not up to date on our data in terms of the legal land use decisions that are made on properties. So we're making decisions without being able to access all the information for those properties, and we're now having to go back into our paper files and try to dig around and find everything. That's very inefficient. If we were able to get all this into a GIS system, it would achieve so many efficiencies for us as a team and also for this community in terms of data to make good decisions moving forward.
Excuse me, Heather, could you, before you jump off that slide, I want to make sure I'm understanding what I'm reading. So the base level is 5 FTEs plus 325 in professional services, and the 325 goes to contracts or something to add additional capacity.
Yeah. And we're there. So our department budget over the last couple of years, working with Jeff to get some of these long-range planning processes done between grants and the city's general fund, we've been able to sustain the 325.
Before we jump forward, I would like to ask Sal a question, if I might. Is there any movement, in a previous discussion that was had, you mentioned it would be nice to get the state to fund some of the requirements that they're putting on us as a city. Is there any movement that direction that LSC's doing or anybody's doing to make that happen?
We met last week at the COG with Dan Rayfield, who's the speaker. His idea was that they allocate $250,000 for each government cooperative entity. So our COG would get $250, Central Oregon would get $250. And we've proposed that. We didn't get the funding in the short session, but we proposed it this year for the emergency board, and we're trying to work through the process with the governor's regional solutions team and the legislators to try and get it in front of the emergency board this year, because that's the only way we would get the state funding this year. If we don't get it through the emergency board, we'd have to wait for the next legislative session, and then the earliest it would be allocated, if there's an emergency clause, would be July of next year, or without an emergency clause, January of the following year. So that's our plan.
Thank you very much.
So, MacTown 2032.
Got a question here?
A quick question, sorry, Heather. So I'm on page 113 of the binder, and I'm a little confused. Sorry if I missed something, but it says the proposed is 8.08 FTEs?
Yes, and we'll get to that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So because the planning department is so much more than just planning. So,
I was missing something.
yeah, so we have 5 FTEs for planning, that's what we're talking about right now. In terms of the MacTown 2032, we're all over in there in terms of the different strategic objectives in housing, economic development, growth planning, and code compliance, and we're doing that work. So we have folded that into our work plan, and we're doing that work. And then with the American Rescue Plan Act, there are several economic development projects in there that are coming into our department, as well as affordable housing projects. And I'll walk you through that, but we're creating 2 new funds for that. What I would say is, though, we're doing that work with our heads down, and we're grinding through it, and we're really, again, not looking up and doing it strategically, which is where we would like to go with that. So building. So the building program moved from the Community Development Department to Planning in 2017. One of the reasons it moved over was I have experience with helping to support a building team in previous communities, but it also allowed us to take 25% of my salary and put it into the building fund, so to put some relief on the general fund. The building fund operates like an enterprise fund. It's not officially an enterprise fund, but it is 100% fee supported. So fees collected through building permits have to, by state law, support the building program and only the building program. We have 4 FTEs in the building program. 25% of that is my time as well. We have a part-time building official who works at about a 0.75 FTE. We only issued 143 single-family dwelling permit units last year, permits. So I heard someone talk about growth last night, and we have historically issued about 225 to 250 permits in previous decades, and we haven't done so in the past decade. And so to me, 143 is actually concerning. It's all concentrated in one subdivision, and that's what people are seeing, but it's actually not a lot of growth.
The 225 to 250 per decade, was that on a yearly average over the decade?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, sorry. So decades past, we were issuing that annually. Yeah.
Do you know when the decline started?
I do. I have a great chart of that, but I don't have it in my.
You have me on the edge of my seat.
But I will figure out how to get it to you as quickly as possible. I actually have a chart that takes us all the way back to 1980 in terms of that information. You guys have seen it several times, and I heard last night from Adam, make these slides shorter.
She pulled it because of Adam.
So the challenges in the building fund. We are expecting reduced permitting levels in the future due to that land supply issue. We don't think those UGB lands are going to come in for several years, and they'll come in incrementally. So what that means is this fund will have less revenue. And so we're concerned about what that means in terms of our team. We don't have redundancy in our team right now. We have 2 building inspectors, a building official, and a building permit coordinator. So we don't have anybody who does specialty inspections as a employee. We actually do a third-party vendor for that. It's fairly expensive because we have to pay for that person's time to come here, do the inspection and leave. The inspection can be 15 minutes, but we're paying 2 hours of travel time. And our building official is part-time. We love our building official. Fingers crossed, he's going to stay a lot longer than he's telling me he is. But if we ever lose him, we'll have to go out and get a building official. And our part-time situation with this particular official works really well, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that same setup in the future. And we'll be looking at a full-time building official, which is a very different program. In code compliance, so code compliance is in our planning department as well. That's 2 of those 8 FTEs, so 5 planners and 2 code compliance officers. They moved from the police department to planning in 2018. And then we also built the program from a penal program to an administrative program. What's interesting in code compliance is we call it code compliance and community relations, and we're really working hard to build up the community relations piece of it, but that's the part where we need to spend more time. This is a picture of one of our code compliance officers put together a fall hall event with volunteers where we went on to people's properties who invited us on there to do cleanup on those properties and really help them bring those properties into compliance. We'd like to do a lot more of that. So our new funds, we have an economic development fund. This is in the planning department as a sub-fund. This also has an FTE in it as well, so that's the 8 total. This is a fund that's all funded with grants, so we chase the grants that we can, and it has is what we call the Noble Grant. So Representative Ron Noble got us a grant for $750,000 from the state ARPA funds to help our business community. We've been working on that with our Economic Vitality Leadership Council, and we will be working on, we have programs that we built that we want to deploy over the next 2 years with that. We also have $250,000 for the Innovation Center from ARPA funds and $500,000 for the 3rd Street project from ARPA funds. So we've decided to put this all in its own fund because we need someone to actually move these projects forward. And so this is where you see the 1 additional FTE in our program, and that's AD Special Projects Coordinator, limited duration to move these, to do this project implementation for us. This is what the Noble Fund is going to be doing. There's a lot of great programs in here. There will be business assistance grants for our businesses for workforce recruitment and retention. We're going to be looking at COVID products to distribute to our businesses. We're looking at a workforce development coordinator that will develop local workforce programs for our businesses, and there's a 2-year FTE associated with that. Part of those funds are funding the FTE that's in this program. We're looking at developing an apprenticeship program, and then this 40/60 loan forgiveness program with MISO. MISO is a community development fund financial institution, CDFI, and we don't have one in McMinnville. And what they do is they come in and they work with disadvantaged populations and businesses that are owned by people with disadvantaged populations and work with them to get them loaning and financing that they may not get in a traditional financial institution. They also bring in a caseworker that works with the businesses to help them be successful. And the 40/60 program is that 40% of the loan will be forgiven over time based on performance metrics. Very excited about that. So no impact on the general fund with this new economic development fund. Then the Affordable Housing Fund, very similar discussion. This is about large grants coming in to do projects here in McMinnville. We have a $1.5 million, it's 1.2 in this proposed budget because we're hoping to get 300,000 of this deployed this fiscal year. That's something I'm not sure we're going to do. But we got a state grant, again, from Representative Noble, so thank you to him, to build the Navigation Center. We just applied for another $1.5 million in this fiscal year for that Navigation Center as well. The Navigation Center is an emergency low barrier shelter with supportive services. Then we had set aside $500,000 of ARPA funds for the Navigation Center for operations. We are contracting with YCAP to operate the Navigation Center. And then we've set aside $300,000 to support the Stratus Village project, which is our housing authority's affordable housing project. In the construction excise tax for affordable housing was passed by the city. We anticipate it will be about $600,000 in annual revenue, but that's kind of a wag, so we want to see how that flows forward. And then that revenue is meant to be deployed in affordable housing programs and projects. So this is where the 4.1 million comes from, and dedicated to affordable housing. And that is a fund that doesn't have impact on the general fund either.
Heather, do we have any more clarity on what the year 2 funding is going to be for staffing of the navigation center?
What the what?
What the, beyond that, because we're funding the first year of operations from the city's budget, and I know there was talk of other entities stepping up to help with year 2 and beyond, so I was curious if we've had.
Yeah, so YCAP's been working really hard to access funds for that. City of Newburgh also contributed ARPA funds for that, which I thought was great. They do see it as a county amenity and resource. YCAP went to the county for some funds. They did not get funds through their ARPA program, but they're also working with the state on additional funds too. So we feel pretty good that we'll be able to sustain that.
Okay. How? Sorry.
So where they, the law, and this is in front of you on May 24th at the city council, so I'll say it really briefly here, but the long-term plan for this is, as we're building the navigation center, which we think is going to take about 24 months in construction, Project Turnkey is underway with the motel. That in 2 to 3 years needs to transition into transitional housing. And then this will become the sort of the low barrier emergency shelter. So the operational funds for that will now switch over to here. See how that, and I can bring them in next week so they can talk further about that.
Thank you.
We are, as the city, responsible for the construction of the project, so that's, and we're also the fiscal agent, so that's why it's flowing through us to YCAP in terms of that. So this is my last slide. This is the looking forward, which is actually also looking up. So, but this is the negative side of that. So the lack of investment in strategic long-range planning, this is where I get worried, my worried passion, right? The lack of investment in strategic long-range planning impacts the future foundation of our community. So if we're not thinking ahead for housing, that leads to lack of supply, rising prices, gentrification, changing demographics. That's playing out today in McMinnville, and those are permanent changes. Quality life. If we're always reactionary, which right now we are reactionary in our planning and not proactive, then we're really not putting all the pieces together in terms of the quality of life pieces. So that cohesive planning, how all the different pieces fit together, really thinking broadly about transportation and all the multimodal things we could be doing, looking at parks and open space, natural feature preservation. I can't tell you how many times as city council you've asked me, how can we do this? How can we, preserve riparian corridors and groves of trees and things of that nature? And then for economic development, those high housing prices are a new demographic for our community, and I was speaking to some realtors over the weekend and who they're seeing buying those. So previously, I used to hear this all the time about the LGI neighborhood, but that wasn't actually true for that because a lot of people I know that live in there are McMinnville residents. But the new neighborhood, the Lennar neighborhood, there's a lot of people, families from out of town who work in the metro area who are buying those homes at this point in time. And what that does is it starts to transition us into a bedroom community if we can't get into a proactive state and think about how do we provide those jobs that these people are fulfilling somewhere else here in our community so that they become more invested emotionally in the community as well. A bedroom community is disinvested emotionally. McMinnville's whole tradition is about being emotionally invested in the community. And so that's a worry that we have as well. We want to figure out how to make sure we're creating the opportunities for people to connect to the community in terms of the economic development pieces. So I'm sorry, I went a little bit longer than I thought, but that's planning.
Questions, comments? Go ahead.
Who does all the grant writing for all the grants you're chasing?
I do.
You do. I'm not going to ask how many hours a week you work.
Don't ask. I'm a very cheap billable hour, I can tell you that.
Sorry to hear. This is maybe a little in the weeds, and actually, Jeff, this might be a question for you. Or a combined effort. The GIS systems that we don't have in place. Had we had those in place, would that have affected our fire district application? Would we have met our November deadline if we had had this programming in?
In that case, no, because the State Department of Revenue requires a legal description boundary. We were expecting to be able to rely on GIS data to fulfill that requirement, but the state of Oregon doesn't recognize GIS for those kind of boundary decisions for special districts.
Okay.
What's GIS?
Geographic Information Systems. It's the use of polygons.
I was going to ask for an in-depth discussion of what WAG is, but I decided I'd pass on that one.
Thank you.
Yes.
I know.
I don't think that.
I know what that one stands for.
Washington area grape growers.
I use that in my job.
world.
It's a military term. That's all we're going to talk about.
You know, I have a comment. I'm sometimes crazy, but I'm also on the school district's budget committee. And it was really interesting. They're talking about the school population. And most people don't know the school population of McMinnville is going down. And they talk, well, what about this big development going out on Baker Creek Road? And their analysis is, and they get information from you and from, they churn it through Portland State and all that. And it's about 2.5 children per household is what I
2.5.
0.25. So 100 homes go in, and we all think, oh my gosh, that's in Memorial's area, and they're going to have to build that new school out on Hill Road. It ain't going to happen because of the changing demographics and the people who are going into those homes. They may have families, but the families are so much smaller. And of course, we all see all the retirees that move to McMinnville too. It's really who would have thunk it, that McMinnville would become a retirement community?
Yeah, so, and speaking with the realtor, and I don't have data for this, so I'm always uncomfortable saying something if I don't have the data to support it, but anecdotally, what they're seeing is a lot of retirement money coming here and buying the homes. I think you've all heard the anecdotes out there in the community right now that something will hit the market and we'll have several offers on it that are over the asking price, and cash out at this point in time is how these things are transacting.
I mean, I just lived that for the last couple of years. And not to get into my personal life too much in here, but honestly, if I hadn't had the ability to lean on personal loans in order to buy a house, after losing my house, I would not have been able to buy in McMinnville as a lifelong resident.
And I can help illustrate that anecdotal in my professional life. A lot of the calls we get to remodel houses are elder people have kids gone and done the whole thing, and they're just well-capitalized seniors. It's cash transactions to purchase the home, and they're on to fixing it up and investing large amounts also. And yeah, the resale equation, it doesn't come into it, which is just still,
Yeah.
I don't understand the investment sometimes.
That's the gentrification piece.
We had a report that you gave us, I think the first year that I was on council, where you had the two ages that were the most likely to move into McMinnville were like 5-year-olds and 55-year-olds. Does anybody else remember that? It was 4 or 5 years ago, and it was a presentation. And I think it's gotten worse because people will move here from California or Portland or wherever, and like they said, just cash out a more expensive property and buy here.
Yeah.
And
So that's the population forecasting that comes out of PSU, but it's trending backwards, and so we don't have the last couple of years of trends in there.
Well, it's the whole Willamette Valley. Like half of the housing that we need regionally, I read last week, would need to be subsidized at the wage rates that we have regionally. So I don't know, we're not going to instantly create a bunch of, 50,000 jobs that are above that pay scale, and there's no funding mechanism at that scale to house people.
Yeah, so that's that's why the Affordable Housing Fund is so important right now in the construction excise tax. What that will be able to do is, it will be able to also, we'll need to hire someone to roll those programs forward as well and develop them. We just want to see what the trend is in terms of revenue before we make some of those decisions. But in the next couple of years, one of the state mandates coming to us in the next couple of years will be a regional housing needs mandate, which will talk about, they will assign housing to each community in this region and what type of housing we need to be providing, and then we need to show them a game plan of how we're doing that. And the focus is on the lower end households. And so we're going to have to become really creative.
Any more? Zach?
Yeah, Chair Hart, thanks. Given that the words long range are often associated with planning, can you, and this may be hazarding a guess, but if we were to come up with additional revenues to move and impact your department's level of service, how far out are, and I know it's sort of maybe compartmentalizing the across the industry difficulties with hiring, maybe just compartmentalizing that or factoring that in somehow, but how far out are we from making impactful changes in your department in terms of long-range planning, right? If we were able to, move those up, how, like, it's not like going to the grocery store and buying a bag of groceries, right? It is, you're putting pieces in place that take a long time, especially in long-range planning efforts. How far out is that?
So that original analysis I did in 2016 actually walks through all of that. So that table I showed you, and it's also in the budget book, if I could figure out where it is, that showed the base level and the mid-level. The mid-level would get us to a place where we're up to date on our planning and also be able to do some proactive planning. And that's just maintaining that 325 for professional services
Right.
and an additional 1.5 FTEs.
But how long until we're actually doing that work from when we were able to move?
Oh, so let's say we could hire and have 6.5 FTEs tomorrow.
Yeah.
I did have all that information in that table too. I would have to get back to you on that.
Right. I'm just trying to think of how, not how slow that rock moves, but just, long-range planning, time takes time, right? And so
Yeah, I had
that's
it broken into 5, 10, 15, and 20 years.
Okay.
So, I bet we would be 5 years away from really getting caught up with
Wow.
the stuff we need to do. We have a lot in front of us.
great.
If we did it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And the right way is just doing it, doing it with the data and everything. It's not doing all the, additional work for the public, the right way would be the public engagement and the DEI stuff and all of that that's the right way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
I think Sal has a question.
Thanks, Heather. The House Bills 2001, 2003, and some other stuff that the state have done have added, as you've mentioned, the entire time, that this has added a huge impact on on your department. Do you have a rough estimate, like what the cost is, like on an annual basis, to comply with these new regs? Like roughly ballpark?
I bet with the time that we've had to put into the House Bill 2001 and 2003 coming up, and then implementing it, right? So there's one doing the planning work and two implementing it. I bet we're at a quarter or half of an FTE on that annually.
Half an FTE annually? And that's an ongoing cost. That's not just a one-time cost that and was the sunk cost on it higher than that? Meaning the
I'd have to go back and look at that stuff. The upfront planning work, we did get grants to help us do that and then put our time into it. So I would have to look at that a little bit more specific, if you want me to get you dollar figures.
No, I mean, but you think it's about a half an FTE?
Yeah, I
for
think
a city of
so.
our size?
And most cities are reporting that. The mayor actually just signed on to a letter today. They're doing, and Zach was on this advisory committee, they're doing climate change planning at the state right now and coming up with rules for that. And what has come out of those rules, now we're not impacted yet, we're not the right size, but we will be soon. What's coming out of those rules that is the amount of additional work it will put on a city, and they're calculating in that about 1.5 FTEs,
For a city of this size?
just for a city to be able to respond to the rules. Now, the rules are applicable to 50,000 or more, so we won't be there for many years, but
And it's interesting also at ODOT that one of their criteria now is the impacts of climate and on roads, and they're putting monies that used to go to enhance transportation, which is the repair and the maintenance of our roads, and the metro areas that have all this congestion, climate control and all that is getting more and more dollars, and it impedes the ability in the rural areas to keep asphalt on our pavements. And
Yeah.
so it's encompassing all around us.
Just to respond to the mayor's point, the transportation committee stuff that I've been going to, the entire push from the Portland folks has been to reduce highway funding, which I can understand that may be beneficial for the metro area or something, but I mean, when you're in rural distances, we can't survive without that.
Well, I keep you very much involved in the bypass and how local funding is a piece of this. And I'm just, the only reason I address this during Heather's presentation is that we're feeling this not only in the building and planning, but every infrastructure that's around us is the expectations are higher. Local participation is greater than it's ever been before.
yeah. And Councilor Peralta, I want to rescind what I said about 1.5 and get back to you on that, because I want to make sure I have the right data before I put it out there publicly. So I was just looking at the letter the mayor signed, and it doesn't have the exact data in it. It just says that there's a lot of additional work, and we can't absorb that work because we're still working on House Bill 2001 and House Bill 2003.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Chair. A comment first. Well, a question first. Have you filled those openings that have transitioned on you? Are you back to?
Yeah, so we have filled all of our openings, so knock on wood for that, and are in the process of onboarding and educating and mentoring.
And then comment to that. I remember when all that took place and you were down to pretty much by yourself over in the planning department.
Well, it was me and Tom.
And I said it then, and I'm going to say it again. Thank you so much for all that you did during that time.
I'll pass that on to Tom, because
You guys did a yeoman's work, and the fact that you stayed in the midst of all that is also commendable. Some people might have just given up and walked off. So thank you very much. And then lastly, this question I ask every department head so far. Are you at the 808 that was FTEs that are in there, or has that been shifted down with the change that came out?
No, so it remains the same, because that additional FTE is not general fund funded. It's in the economic development fund, so it's grant funded.
Thank you.
And I just want to say in response to the other thing, I think you heard this last night, all of us as department heads have struggled with staff transition and retention and recruitment and propping up new employees and trying to mentor them. So we've all sort of been tested that way and stood the course over the last year.
I appreciate that, and I've seen that a lot in the fire department. I've seen that in your department. I don't know about the other departments because, unfortunately, I haven't been as close to them. I've seen in the numbers we have a major change occurring in Park and Rec, which I'm looking forward to hearing about. But to all department heads, I really, really appreciate it. I just know because you're in front of us, meeting after meeting after meeting with another plan and another plan and another plan and 30 more slides.
Yeah.
It's more in my face.
Yeah.
So the rest of department heads, if I didn't say it to you guys, I'm sorry. But yes, we appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think you'll hear about it from Ann next, so.
Okay. Any more? Parks.
Actually, we're going to go Public Works next.
Oh, Public Works. Oh,
Anna's going to join us on the screen.
there she is. Sorry about that.
Hi there. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Do you still see it?
We see your
I guess so I
email
can see
now.
it too.
There you go.
Okay.
We've got the slideshow view now, Ann. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm really thrilled to be here. And I want to thank Mayor Hill right away for the shout out earlier for Public Works. I really appreciated that. And we really appreciated that you came to our lunch today, which we celebrated the Public Works, National Public Works Week. And it was just a really good get together to be able to show our appreciation for everyone that works in public works. So thanks for that. And as you can see on the slide, that's the logo for the National Public Works Week for this week. And the theme is ready and resilient. And I think that's a really good theme for this year, considering everything everyone's been through, but public works, even in McMinnville with the ice storm and the pandemic and everything that we've been through the last couple of years, I thought it was a really good theme for this year. So the first thing I wanted to do was just explain the organization of Public Works, because I know it's changed recently, so it's different probably from the last time you talked to probably Mike a year ago. But we are the Public Works Department, and we have 4 divisions. Wastewater Services, which is Leland, and he'll be presenting the budget for wastewater in a little bit here. The airport is managed on site by a contract manager, as well as from the Public Works Department. Engineering is the city engineer would normally manage that division, but we are in the process of trying to fill that position. I'll talk about that a little bit later. And then we have the operations division, which is David Renshaw, and David will be presenting the parks maintenance, street, and transportation budgets in a little bit. I just wanted to touch on the strategic plan. One of the goals is the proactively plan for and responsibly maintain a safe and resilient community. And a lot of people have already touched on this, but I'll just mention it again. That's the master planning that we're undertaking and going to be starting soon for transportation, stormwater, and wastewater. So that will definitely work towards that goal. And then one of the objectives, number 4, I wanted to point out was providing exceptional police, municipal court, fire, emergency, medical services, utility services, and public works. And I just wanted to mention, you've seen the core services analysis. We are not providing exceptional public works at this point. We are, once we fill the 2 positions that are open in engineering, we will be at below base. So we still have a little ways to go to get engineering to above base. And then David will talk a little bit more about operations and where we're at with providing services in public works and operations. Okay, so I'm going to talk about engineering. These are our great engineers up here on the picture on the upper half of the left side there. Matt, Jeff, and John is our GIS specialist. So I just wanted to introduce them if you've never met them before, but they are, Matt and Jeff are 2 of 4 positions in engineering that are filled right now. We are looking to fill the other 2 positions. Just a bit about core services. One of the core services is to manage the city's transportation, wastewater, stormwater, and airport infrastructure. And so I just listed a few of the main projects that we're going to be working on this next fiscal year, and these are all in the budget. They're not necessarily in the engineering budget. They're sprinkled throughout different budgets at the city, but the engineering division will be working on designing and implementing these projects. So the sewer rehab project, you've probably heard of these. This is the 3rd of 4 phases. A rapid flashing beacon, which is basically a crosswalk over on Baker Creek. The master plan updates, which we've talked about, which will lead to the future CIP, capital improvement plan. The 3rd streetscape improvements, I'm sure you're all probably somewhat familiar with that. That's going to be moving into design soon, which will be led by engineering. The slurry projects that we do usually annually, but this one will be done next year. And then a couple projects for wastewater, the biosolids storage tank and cosine pump. And then the last one on the list there is called the Mercury Total Maximum Daily Load Plan, and we'll be implementing it once the plan is complete. We're working on the plan now with a consultant, and this is basically a water quality project that is required by the state. And we have a work session planned in July with council, so you'll get a lot more information on the TMDL at that time. So I'm not going to get too much in the details on that one. Other core services are review and inspect the public infrastructure improvements as part of the private development applications, which can be obviously ups and downs depending on how many applications we get and what's going on, but it can be quite a lot of work for the engineers to review those plans. The engineers also oversee the sidewalk right-of-way and construction permits, and they also are managing procurement and contracts for public work projects and also city maintenance contracts, such as janitorial, HVAC, and elevator maintenance. And I will talk a little bit more about that in another slide. Those contracts are not really engineering necessary for an engineer to manage. Let's just put it that way. So I'll talk about that more in a minute. And then also John, our GIS specialist, maintains the city's public infrastructure records. And then also ARPA is on our list too for implementing some ARPA plans and projects that were selected as resources allow. We just currently do not have the staff and engineering to begin any of those ARPA plans, but we certainly hope to do that as soon as possible. So some of the challenges, I'm sure this theme is coming through, but staff transition, short-staffed, the engineers, like I said, we've got 2 of 4 positions filled right now. Plus we have an intern for the summer, which is great. He's been great already and really helpful. But the city engineer, we're getting close. I'm going to be putting an offer out to someone this week, really hoping that they accept. Engineering technician, we're having interviews this week. And some of that shortfall flows over to wastewater and operations. So Leland and David and their crews have done a lot of work that they normally would not do, that engineering would typically take on. So really appreciate the help there, but just wanted to point out that it's overflowing outside of engineering due to the short staff. Scott touched on this too earlier about the unfunded ad packages that would be helpful to the entire organization and definitely to engineering. The contract procurement specialist was an unfunded ad package, and that goes back to what I was talking about earlier about the contract management that engineering is working on. Excuse me. Sorry, I need to drink water real quick. Sorry. Those contracts could be managed by someone that is not an engineer, that's a project or procurement specialist. And then HR, Kylie talked about this last night, obviously, quite a bit. There's a lot of HR duties that engineering and I also have been doing that would be really helpful to have additional HR staff. And then David's going to talk about facilities, maintenance, and buildings. Engineering also is involved with some of that, and certainly David and his crews have been doing a lot of that as well. And so these items, these duties take engineering staff away from their primary duties, which is obviously designing projects, implementing projects, and reviewing development plans. And I think it's probably obvious, but project delays due to staff shortages and heavy workload means increased costs. Basically, the longer we put something off, and I think Heather kind of phrased it well, the longer you put off, I wrote it down, the longer you put it off, the bigger the problem becomes. And it's true, the longer we put these projects off with staff shortages and workload issues, the more expensive they become. So that's it for engineering. Let's see if I can, there we go. So if you have any questions about engineering, I'd be happy to take those, and then I'll talk about the airport, which is just a couple quick slides.
Any questions Zach?
Your desktop is still up with emails, just.
Oh, shoot. Okay, hold on one sec. There we go.
There you go. Zachary?
Thanks, Ann. I'm just going to jump into maybe a little bit more of a specific, but I saw on there the rapid flashing at Baker Creek and Meadow. Can you speak a little bit about what is the plan for that? I think last year's budget had study in and potentially implementing a crosswalk if needed at Michael Book and Baker Creek, and the study was done and it yielded that the data showed that it was not warranted at that time, which I think is why there isn't one going in. Can you talk a little bit about what the plan is for that was listed?
Yeah, I can fill you in, and David unmuted himself. I think he might have something to add too. We did a study with Kittleson, I believe was the engineer, and the signal at, I believe it was Michael Book, was found to not be warranted. So at this time, in the future, it may become warranted. So that's why but they did decide that the crosswalk was warranted in that area, and so that's what we're moving forward with. David, did you have something to add on that?
I was just going to add it's an issue kind of related to the development. Basically, that crossing becomes an extension of the Baker Creek, the BPA pedestrian pathway that runs north-south through that area. So the theory is that you'll see more pedestrian crossings there than you have in the past, because folks, to get from Roma Sitten across to the extended pathway, they'll have to cross there. So what it will be a rapid flashing beacon with continental markings and advanced warning, pedestrian scale lighting, those sorts of things. It'll be our first one. So it'll be an interesting process, but I think it's a good location for it.
So process-wise, will we be doing a study to see if it's warranted at the time and doing it, or what I heard you say was that we are going to do it because it is more connected with the BPA and the pedestrian traffic?
That's correct, sir. We've already determined the need through Kittleson's work, and so now it'll be a matter of working with a consultant to actually design the project and get it constructed.
Copy.
Yep.
I just have my FTE question. You're at 6.9 and 9 and what was sent out to us originally. Is that still where you're at? Obviously, you have openings.
Right, we have openings. I don't think anything has changed on the FTEs.
Thank you.
Adam?
And on your slide, you mentioned a 2023 slurry seal project. Does that mean we're not going to do any slurry seal maintenance this summer?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and it might be jumping ahead, so we can wait till David presents, but what is that putting off a full year of maintenance? What's that going to do to our PCI rating? I think it is that we have to report to ODOT every 2 years.
Yeah, David's got a whole slide on that.
Okay. Yeah, great question, Councilor Garvin, and I'll certainly cover that. But in a nutshell, we've had to defer that project simply because we don't have the engineering staff to manage it. Is really what it boils down to. Slurry seal is a little bit of a different animal. Typically, the streets that we're applying it to are streets that are really in pretty good shape. So the particular candidate streets that are in this year's package, we're not going to lose them in a 1 year period. They'll still be candidates for slurry within the next year. So I'm not too worried about that.
Okay, I'll look forward to the bigger discussion when you present. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we are ready to move on.
Okay, I will share my screen again. Hopefully I'll get it the right one. I've got the airport to talk about. Are you guys seeing that?
Yes, it's up, thanks.
So the airport, I don't have a whole lot to report, to be honest, but there is some exciting news. We are going to begin the update to the airport master plan, which is an FAA-funded project. So we'll be putting out an RFP, a request for proposals for that. And again, it's FAA funded. And then also we're working with the Airport Commission to update the minimum standards, which is basically the rules at the airport. So we have a meeting in June to go over that and hope to have those revised in the next few months. And then if you looked at the airport budget, we've got the usual sort of ongoing airport maintenance, contract management, and general, just the general maintenance of the airport in the budget. So nothing huge really coming up at the airport in the next year, but the airport master plan will be an exciting step towards, the future of the airport.
Any questions about the airport?
I'll go.
Adam?
And I noticed I think it's page 390 in our binder, 395 digitally, there's a line item that says we're going to get a little bit of income from the air show, and that hadn't occurred in previous years. Is that something that air shows agreed to, or is that just a hope that we've budgeted for? And maybe that's more of a Jeff question.
That is a good question, actually. I thought that was in there from before, so we'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. That might be an error.
It's 6600-22.
Yep, I got it. I'm looking at it. Thank you for pointing that out.
And then a follow-up question to that is, I think most of the discussion was before you joined us here at the city, but the airport commission has voiced the desire to increase fencing, especially along Airport Park out there to prevent walk-in traffic. Is there anything in this budget that's going to help with that, or are we still kind of relying on ARPA or FFA grants to do that down the road?
Yep, that was in the BIL loan or BIL grant list of projects. Sorry, let me just pull that up really quick. The fencing would be a future project. I can tell you when we're going to do it. Hopefully in 2024. It's on the list for 2024.
Okay, that was just a question from another commissioner, so I just wanted to ask that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
How do you adjust your fuel rates at the airport, or how are those set?
Fuel rates, I might have to ask Jennifer if she knows anything about that. Sorry.
No, I don't know.
Are you, Council President, are you asking like the price per gallon, or are you asking what we're predicting for fuel flowage income here?
Excuse me, I'm asking about how we set what we charge.
From my understanding, it's set by the FBO because it's their economic, it's what they're charging because they're competing against Aurora and Independence and other surrounding airports, and so that's up to our FBO to set their own rates to drive business.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Councilor Garvin.
So does the FBO buy the fuel then?
Yeah, our fuel flowage income is basically just a percentage off, just like the state gas taxes, so that's how we get our fuel flowage revenue. But as far as the fuel rate and where they're buying their fuel from to resell it to piston aircraft or turbine aircraft, that's all up to the FBO to navigate.
And then do they rent the tank back from us, do you know?
The tanks are city-owned. We went through that with replacement, and then you will see some maintenance costs in there as well. I think we budget about $10,000 a year for the ongoing tank maintenance. And
but do they offset our cost of that? Do you know?
I don't know the skinny on that.
Okay.
Apologies on that.
Okay.
My guess would be that it most likely does. I think that's the way Mike set it up.
Oh, what's that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I said my guess is that it covers the cost of the maintenance, is what the intent of the flowage rate would be.
The flowage rate is meant to offset the cost of the maintenance. So essentially, we're providing the tanks at no charge to the FBO, and then the flowage rates are supposed to offset our maintenance costs. Then
That would be my.
Okay. Well, I think if that's the if that's how it's operating, I wonder if then we're actually subsidizing the FBO, especially in light of the, recent tank replacements.
So I think our tank maintenance is 10 grand a year. The FBO operator lease, they pay us 10 grand a year, and then we get an additional 10 grand off fuel flowage. So I think we're still net positive. It's just marginal.
Even with the tank replacements? I'm leaning on you because you're there, you're on that committee, right? You're there in the room.
I don't know how Mike broke that down as far as, depreciation, I guess is how I would look at it.
Yeah.
Depreciation of that asset.
Yeah, it's such a curious fund to me, and the airport I see is, this just incredible asset for our city that is so underutilized in so many ways, and that's, I'm not saying that as any, that's not reflective at all on city staff. That's how our airport has developed over time. So please don't take that as a slight in any way. I see so much potential with our airport and possibilities, but possibilities that would take a tremendous amount of change, some of that change that's been underway, some of the improvements we've been doing, and really is a possibility for a greater economic driver for the city if there were, I feel like there's so much unrealized potential in that very specific area, and that it's, it's really it at least appears to be a publicly funded and privately used resource.
So, can I speak to that?
Please.
The MeVLC recently was having discussions regarding how to push forward a comprehensive economic development strategic plan for the airport, so that we could actually look at how we can better utilize that resource, and we're hoping to kind of push that direction. So I'm glad to hear you say that, because I think that indicates that we might have some good push on the council to help make this happen.
Well, you do. It's actually why I ran for council in the first place, was because I thought our airport was so underutilized, and I didn't like that we were publicly funding something that I just saw large jets landing at. And then with our previous city manager, who of course was a retired Air Force general, she also had a tremendous interest in the airport. And then, so between what I learned from her in that time, and then what I learned from Mike, and his tenure with the city, which of course spanned many decades, and so he had this tremendous amount of historical knowledge with our limitations, is that there are a lot of limitations with our airport, and many of them are delineated in the budget report, but they're everything from our how we're classified as an airport to endangered species. All of these things are they're big considerations, but they're maybe this goes back to Heather's planning point, right? There are things that we could plan for in order to better utilize the asset. When you get to that point, I would be interested to see if our former head of engineering would come talk to the MeVLC and share his decades of experience and knowledge around the airport fund, or not just the fund, but all of that experience in addition to all of our current staff and their experience and knowledge. Because it was a lot.
Excellent. Well, I just want to let you know we have taken that up at the MeVLC, so it is something we're going to be pushing in the next few months, ongoing.
I would like to add, Council President, other things to consider about the fuel tanks is, the attraction they bring and how we can increase our fuel flowage in those would be when we get an airport manager in pocket, have them explore the possibility of a hangar audit and tail numbers that haven't been up in the air in 5 or 10 years, and that it's basically a storage facility for them and for their airplane and possibly their old motorcycles or their cars or whatever else might be out there. And so if we have a policy going forward that your tail number needs to be in the air after so many months, or you can't lease a city hangar, that's going to spur more fuel flowage fees because they're going to be actual active aircraft out there and not just mothballed aircraft that are family heirlooms.
And maybe even the chance to renew contracts, right, at more current levels?
We've set,
We standardized that with.
yeah, we've standardized that with people wanting to build their own hangars. The issue with our city hangars is we haven't made the investments into them like a lot of other facilities we've heard about tonight and nights previous. A lot of them don't have power, or they're so dilapidated because they were just absorbed after 30-year leases were up, and people knew that they were going to lose them after 30 years, so they didn't do maintenance on them, and then we as a city didn't have the capital to do the maintenance on them, and so it's really the bare bones essentials of having an aircraft hangar. So we are capped as far as what we can generate as far as monthly revenue or annual revenue on those, but where we could still generate revenue is if they were actually active aircraft being stored in there.
So go ahead. And then if we could kind of limit the talk to the budget, it would really help, because we're going to run out of time otherwise.
Just from an emergency management perspective, the airport is a Class 2 airport, which would be utilized in emergency to drop gas and supplies for the Willamette Valley area. And so it just goes to the point that Council President Drapkin mentioned is, great potential, but we're going to have to look for other ways of grants and looking at maybe the capacity from emergency management. And so I know from a transportation perspective, working on the bypass, that was one of the things that we wanted to make sure that there was a continuation of transportation from our airport going north if it was needed. So it's not budget, so I'll get off of it, but it's just that piece, Remy, that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything else about the airport?
I think the airport manager is a good step. And I appreciate it.
Okay, are we ready to move on to park maintenance?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, folks, and thank you for your time. We'll see how this whole computer deal goes. I heard the laughing, but that's all right. Can we see my screen?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, perfect. All right. So what I'm here to talk to you tonight about is park maintenance, and we're also going to talk about street maintenance and the transportation fund, and then I'll wrap it up with a little bit about facility maintenance. And so I'll just get to starting here. I did want to thank you again for the opportunity. It often comes to my mind that you folks are, in your volunteerism, you're tasked with making really, really, really difficult decisions with really limited information in a pretty compressed time frame. So my hat's off to you all, and thank you for your service. So looking at this first slide, I wanted to kind of reiterate what I've said over the years. Our job really is what, based on this quote from Theodore Roosevelt, and do what you can with what you have where you are. So however these discussions go, just rest assured that we'll execute them with vigor and enthusiasm and move along. So again, thank you for the opportunity. So our priorities for this fiscal year, based on how the budget's beginning to look, our goal will be to keep our service levels pretty much status quo. That will keep most of them, actually all of them, below base, which is our current situation. We've got some plans to begin park tree replacements from the ice storm as funding constraints allow. We are still expecting some FEMA dollars that we'll dedicate towards that. Most likely those funds will come in at the beginning of the next fiscal year, so that'll most likely be a supplemental budget process. But that our intent is to dedicate those funds to tackle that tree replacement project, and that'll be a multi-year project. We lost north of 270 trees in that particular episode. As far as the ARPA, American Rescue Plan items, Those, again, those, you don't see those in our park maintenance budget because those will be funded through a supplemental budget. We do have some fleet and equipment upgrades in that budget that will probably be worked on over the next 2 years. In this next fiscal year, we've got slated a system-wide irrigation renovation, and this is to tackle irrigation systems that have been shut down for multiple years, and to modernize some other systems, and particularly do some work in Dancer, where we really truly rely on irrigation for those athletic fields. A bit of a concern here is just our own staff capacity to manage these ARPA projects. And so we would typically look to engineering for that support. So hopefully we can get more staffed up there to help us pull these off. So moving on to the next slide, this is just, and you'll see this theme sort of play out in the whole discussion. Really what we do is try to manage some of these assets that the city owns. And in terms of asset management, everything has a useful life. And what this curve depicts is what that useful life is. And really what you see is at the top, as the blue curve come down, at the beginning of time, the asset's in really good shape. And as time goes on, the asset's condition deteriorates. Pretty basic stuff. And essentially what you see there is those upticks are places along where you might intervene to do something to the asset to restore its condition. And the concept is really the earlier you do that and the more often you do it, it's cheaper. The longer you wait, it's more expensive. And really, what the decision point is how far do we let that curve go before we actually take action? And this is exactly the same model we use in pavement maintenance. It's the same concept. Unfortunately, our model currently is really a run to failure situation. We've just not had the opportunity to fund capital asset renewal as maybe we would have liked to. And so that's kind of the situation that we're facing right now. So just a little bit of a pictorial here. This is a photograph of the playground at Discovery Meadows. Discovery Meadows was built in early 2005, right before I came to work here. So this picture dates from that time. And this is what the playground looked like when it started. And it's a beautiful playground. It's a wonderful park. It's just a terrific community asset. But over time, things change. And so what you see here is you see what's called the poured in place unitary surface. It's worn. That particular issue has been resolved. We had to move some other projects and defer some other things to get that resolved because that was a safety issue. But you can see in the other several pictures that the impacts of time and weather and use without that intervention leads to that deterioration in the asset. So this is just kind of a quick visual to see what's happening. And we see this in a variety of assets. You'll see it in buildings, you'll see it in play equipment, you'll see it in light structures, you'll see it in pavement, you'll see it in restrooms, you'll see it in lighting standards, you'll see it in basketball hoops and tennis courts. All elements of the system, every element ages, and what we haven't been able to do is to keep up with that aging process. So this is just a quick update on our core services status. So basically, unfortunately, without any additional resources, our core services are going to remain at a below base level. Of our core services, really our restroom maintenance program would be at a base level, and that's primarily because of COVID. We had to really kind of up our game in that, and we've been able to continue that. And the other element that's above base would be our emergency response, and that's basically because our parks team is actually part of our emergency response cadre. We link up with both the street crew and the conveyance crew from Leland Shop, and that becomes your response team in any kind of a weather-related emergency. So what's really driving the situation from where we sit? Pardon me? Oh, sorry about that. So what we see, what's really driving the situation is competing priorities have taken priority over the years in resource allocation. Park system asset renewal, while we've built new facilities over the years, we just haven't been able to fund any real significant asset renewals. We haven't rebuilt playgrounds. We built new playgrounds, but we haven't rebuilt old ones. We haven't resurfaced tennis courts. Basketball courts. We have done tennis courts. We haven't done any paving to speak of. All those sorts of things that will push that line up earlier in the curve, we haven't been able to do. Unfortunately, we're not able to have the staffing levels to get us to our desired service levels and meet community expectations, and funding constraints don't allow us to have enough materials and services resources to keep up with inflation and the impacts of those asset decline that I've talked about, and the impacts of use like camping. So this next slide is going to talk a little bit about the unfunded ad package elements. And so what you have here is in our ad packages, we had one additional full-time utility worker and then one FTE of seasonal positions. And that was slated for about 3,600 labor hours. And the point of that was to add staff capacity to increase our maintenance cycles. The idea was to improve our ability to mow more often, to blow more often, to make repairs, to deal with vandalism and those things more often. Basically increase those maintenance cycles. And so unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do that. We had some additional money tagged for repairs and maintenance, and that just basically improves our capacity to fix things and to buy material like bark or paint or those sorts of things. We had some money set aside for additional contract services, and those we essentially use contract services in two ways. It improves our capacity to deal with issues where we may not have staff bodies to deal with it. And it also allows us to tackle jobs where maybe our staff doesn't have the capacity or the licensing for things like plumbing or electrical work or the equipment. So for a good example for that would be turf renovation work at Dancer. That's a turf stand that we like to do renovation work on yearly because of the level of use that thing gets, and we haven't been able to do that. We had some capital items that were in the budget. We had restroom partitions that date back to 2005 in Discovery, Wortman, and City Park. That was a $35,000 project that unfortunately was not funded. And then we had a Discovery Meadows playground renovation, which is a much larger project and really had to do with replacing the existing sand feature and replacing all of the smaller play equipment and the unitary play surface. So that's had to be deferred. That is possibly something we can consider for a future ARPA project. So that's kind of my information on park maintenance. Any questions you all might have?
Yeah, David, where are we at with ice storm cleanup? Is that finally fully wrapped up, or is that still a capacity issue for you guys?
No, we've completed the work in terms of cleaning the debris. All of our parks have been open for a number of months now, sir. So that work's completed. Where we're really at is starting the work of replacing trees. We still have some work to do on some of the trails at Tice. Particularly, we had both flood and storm damage, ice storm damage to the boardwalk. And so some of that FEMA money will be used for that. But the work itself, the cleanup work is completed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I read that correctly, I'm guessing you're down one FTE from what was originally going to be slated to you?
Yeah, I think it's actually two, sir. We would have had one full-time FTE, a utility worker two, and an additional FTE of seasonal labor, and I think both those are pulled out. So our FTE headcount remains stable to where we're at today.
But two lower from thank you. And then
two lower than what's in the document.
And then what would it take, just out of curiosity, how much more FTE would you need in order to bring Public Works up to where it needs to be to keep up with maintenance? And I know
to get us to our base level, that was that two figure. We're about 3,700 hours short of the labor requirement we would need to meet our base level of service. And that base level of service is based on two different studies we did. In 2008, we were tasked with developing maintenance standards. And so we did that, and we created those standards, and that was at kind of a high point of our funding. And so I've kind of viewed those as our mid-level standards. In 2013, when we were forced to look at some reductions citywide, we revised those standards, and they probably dropped about 20%. That's what I'm counting as our base standard, and that really has to do with how many times we clean restrooms, how many times we visit neighborhood parks, what's our response time for vandalism, graffiti, and those sorts of things. So to get to base, that's where that $3,600 would get us. And that ad package was aimed at getting all of our base services, all of our core services, excuse me, to the base level. Does that answer your question?
It does. And then another question I have is regarding the ice storm. Was there not any funding, or is there not any funding we can tap into to replace the trees or to cover some of the expenditures associated with that storm?
Well, two things. The city was not in a position the general fund, I should say, was really not in a position for any kind of contingency funding. So we absorbed all of those costs into the park maintenance budget. There was no contingency funding from the general fund. We, of course, are working with FEMA to get cost recovery. I just had my closure meeting with them week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I don't remember the number. The recovery number is going to be north of $100,000, probably close to $150,000. Interesting little side bit. Typically, FEMA reimburses at 75%. So if we spend $100, they'll reimburse us $75. Because of the pandemic, the federal government has passed a new rule. We'll actually get 90% back. But other than that, that's really the only funding source that we've been offered. So what we'll do is, as I said, we'll take that money, we'll dedicate it to ice storm cleanup, and so that way there'll be no further impact on the general fund.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
So,
Yes, sir.
And in a little more detail, Councilor Chenoweth, in answer to your question, the total ad package, I think, is around $340,000. That included the new FTE, the new seasonal FTE, the materials and services, and about $135,000 of contracted assistance. So that the slide that David had early in his presentation was really the cost of that ad package to restore that service to base level. The net difference in FTE is actually 1.5 because the seasonal FTE is split over, we hire seasonal employees in the spring, they work in the spring and the summer, so only about half of that seasonal money would have been spent in the coming fiscal year.
Copy that. That's my error, sir. I apologize.
No, that's fine, David. Thank you.
An ad package that is not in our budget.
It was in the original base budget.
It's not
shown as deleted in the supplemental information that was provided. Correct.
Thank you very much.
Chair Hart.
Sal?
Thank you, Chair Hart. David, just a couple of questions. I seem to recall from the slides yesterday that Parks Maintenance actually had more FTE in 2002 than we do today. Is that?
I'll defer to you, sir, because I honestly didn't study that chart. I don't think that's accurate. We probably had a higher ratio in terms of FTE per park acre.
That was my question, actually.
We've added a good degree of park acreage since 2002 for sure. I'd have to do a little research, but the actual head count is higher today than it was then. Okay, so on a per acre basis, it's less, but you feel like the head count is more than what it was back then? Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is that I think you said 2002, is that the year you threw out? I can't remember. Let's just say argumentatively we had 5 people and we had 100 acres. So your standard would have been X number of people per acre. The point I'm making is I suspect over time our acreage has grown faster than our head count has. Right. So, and we're about, round figures, about 45 acres a person, which is high. Not obnoxious high, but it's higher than most communities.
Thank you, David.
Sal, I can tell you, going back to 2016, 2017 budget, it's unchanged to then.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that they cut it in 2012, and that we haven't really, that it was higher before then. Anyway, it's a moot point. Thank you for your work, David.
Yes, sir.
Meredith?
Hi, my property backs up to Cozine Creek in a greenway that belongs to the city, and I know it wasn't considered, so we had a bunch of trees with branches down because of the ice storm, and my neighbors called and they were told that because it's not, there aren't a lot of people who access it, it's not a priority, but I do see people access it. So sometimes I worry that there's a branch that's going to come down. My husband cut down everything he could reach, but, and then we got a bid for replacing the trees ourselves, and it didn't fit in our budget. So I worry, do you have any estimate of how much of the city has property that has low traffic, but still has traffic of people walking that it could be a danger to the members of our community?
I don't. You know, I just wouldn't, I would be hesitant to guess. I know, I don't know the specific area that you're speaking about. What I would suggest is that if we have trees that are typically what our response is when we have trees that back up against properties from areas that we own. A great example would be we own the open space behind one of the subdivisions off Old Sheridan Road. And so when we get reports of broken limbs or broken trees, we'll go in there and we'll deal with those issues. So I'm disappointed that you were actually told it was not a priority, and so I'd have to look into that a little bit. So I'd be curious if maybe you could share with me where you're talking about, and we can take a look.
Sure, it's just Michael Book Court. So Michael Book Lane, we have a fair amount of houseless people who like to hang out underneath the bridge, so we see them walking there. And then also Linfield comes and they do a bunch of planting there, and then my children. But so it's not a lot, but yeah, it's Michael Book Court. I just assumed that there must be other places around the city that I worry about too.
Sure.
Anything else? Zach?
Less questions and more a couple quick observations, if I may, Chair Hart. David, I appreciate your presentation. One thing that I find analogous to many things that I've heard over this is the run to failure is our current model. And so I appreciated the engineering way you phrased that, and it reminded me of an old anecdote. The pessimist thinks the glass is half empty, the optimist thinks the glass is half full, and the engineer wonders why the vessel was made twice as big as it needs to, right? You use what you have and call that good, and you've done that for so long, and it's appreciative. And it brings me to the comment that I really wish we didn't scuttle the revenue options and had your ad packages in there at the very least to get to a base service model. And I really hope we can get there soon because I really think we're going to start feeling that even more. So
I appreciate that.
Those are my comments.
And to be clear, I'm not an engineer. I work for one.
Fair enough.
Okay, so let's go on to the next one. Okay, so this is a discussion of the street fund and transportation fund. And really what this is basically, the street fund really kind of represents the operational arm of our transportation system, and the transportation fund would represent the capital side of the deal. So that's kind of why Ann and I chose to present them this way. Same concept applies. We're going to do what we can with what we have where we are. That's just our mindset when it comes to asset allocation. So this particular picture is one of the new Sheridan Road improvement that was part of the bond project. It's a terrific improvement. I will say it is the most well-lit, strategically lit corridor in the city. It's really, really well done. So my hat's off to Larry and Mike. They did a terrific job with this. And first they left me to take care of it, but that's a different story. So we move on to priorities for the street fund. In terms of street fund core services, I'll just kind of zoom through these fairly quickly. This is basically a laundry list of the core services that we operate. And these are things like local pavement repairs, which are small paving jobs, pothole repair, those sorts of things. Pedestrian facilities, which can be anything from curb and gutter to ADA ramps and those sorts of things. I did want to point out, we do run our own in-house crack sealing program. And crack sealing is really our first, cheapest, and best defense in our pavement management program. We apply about 15,000 pounds of materials citywide, and that's completely managed and staffed by our team, Dale and Sean Garrison. They identify candidate streets, and they train folks to do it, and then we go do it. We try to work both on streets that we know we're going to slurry seal in the next couple of years, and just on roadways in general. We'll also go into areas where we know we have issues between the face of the gutter bar and the asphalt. The point of the program is if the more we can do to keep water out of the roadway base, the healthier those roadway bases are going to stay. So another thing we are involved with is basically traffic operations, and that's signage, marking. We have a striping contract through Marion County with those folks. We work with ODOT to take care of all signals, both city-owned signals and ODOT-owned signals throughout the community. Kind of an interesting tidbit for us, we get to be involved in traffic control requests. So when requests come to engineering, for whether it's for speed control or stop signs or vision clearance, it's actually our team that does the initial investigation, which is a little bit unusual. It's normally an engineering function. And so we'll go out and do a site survey, collect data, and then we'll write a warrant analysis for the city engineer or the public works director, in this case, to review. So it's been unusual. It's been really good for our staff because they learn the whys of traffic control, why we put signs where we put them, why we don't put particular signs, when stop signs are warranted. So it's been a good program for us to be involved with. We're involved with stormwater maintenance. We work collaboratively with wastewater services and the conveyance system. And then we manage several new stormwater quality facilities on Hill Road, in the Alpine Corridor, and on Old Sheridan Road. And those are stormwater swales with vegetated plantings. A couple of years ago, we beefed up our seasonal staff to function as seasonal landscapers. That's really what it is. It's a landscaping function. The street fund houses our fleet maintenance operation. That operation manages about 63 vehicles, about 165 pieces of equipment. As a note, we do not manage police or fire vehicles, and that's partially because of obviously staff capacity, but also to manage those vehicles and units, you really should have someone with an emergency vehicle certification, which we don't have. I will tell you that given the age of the equipment and its condition, the workload is really stretching. The one mechanic that we have on staff, and I'll mention that as we get into the next part of slides. Our team, the street team, is involved obviously in emergency responses. As I said earlier, we work with wastewater services and park maintenance. We're the lead agency on virtually any weather event, on virtually all hazmat responses. We work very close with wastewater services on hazmat response. I would honestly say that I think this is a strong area for us. We have good programs in place. We're pretty well set for snow and ice equipment. We do have some in the budget to kind of finish off our snow and ice fleet fighting capability, but I think it's an area that we're strong in. We're also involved with right-of-way maintenance, beautification areas, and maintaining undeveloped rights-of-way. And those are things, anything from the beautification areas you'll see on Lafayette Avenue to at the corner of 5th and Lafayette, Cypress Corner, those sorts of places. We have a number of undeveloped rights-of-way, which are actually roadways that were designed or platted, not designed, excuse me, but platted years ago and have never been developed. So they're essentially undeveloped pieces of property that the city owns, and we maintain those. We do see some camping-related issues on those sorts of properties, and those do create a load on our staff. And probably the most vexing thing about it is it's really a demand. It's really, particularly for the streets crew, more than parks crew in terms of the timing, it's really more of a demand-oriented situation that staff has to kind of drop what they're doing and go deal with those particular issues. We have stuck a little extra funding in the budget this year for contract work to clean some of those areas up, but we're finding as the years progress that some of the issues are just areas that are so large, it's beyond our capacity both to staff it and to haul the material off. For the street fund, the primary revenue source is the Oregon gas tax. And just as a caveat, gas taxes have to be used in a particular fashion, so they can only be used in the construction, repair, and maintenance of public roads. For example, we can't use gas tax funds to maintain local parking lots, which I'm not quite sure I understand that, but we can't. So in terms of highlights in the street fund, in terms of revenue, what ODOT is telling us that they're projecting flat revenues for this next fiscal year. Just as kind of a reminder, we typically monitor revenue every month. We pay attention to that, and then we adjust spending as necessary. So I offer the same caveat every year. If the revenue isn't there to support a particular expenditure, we won't do it. So we did get a nice spiff from ODOT in terms of a COVID relief fund. We received about $590,000 late this fall. And so what we've done is, in working with Jeff, we've identified that as a funding source for fleet and equipment renewal for the street fund. We have some significant aging fleet that we really talk about in your budget summary, and this gives us a really good opportunity to start addressing that. So we're happy with that. I've had Dale put together. It's a 3-year program. We won't do it all in one fell swoop, primarily because you can't get equipment that fast. But over the next 3 years, we'll be making some strategic updates to our fleet, which will go a long ways, both in terms of our capacity and our response times, and I think our staff will be grateful. We are going to expand the driver feedback signage program. There are 2 additional signs in that program. That's a program that actually, with all due credit, Dale Marshall developed with Mike's guidance. And it's a program where when we're advised of a problematic corridor, so I would say Evans between 9th and 5th, we'll go out. We now have the ability to go out and collect some speed-related data. Both either we can do it or the police department can do it for us. And then we have the ability to install these signs on a temporary basis. And we've identified a number of corridors, and I think the chief alluded the other day that we're about a month out on being able to meet these requests. But what the idea is to put these corridors in place, remind drivers that, hey, you need to slow down, and then those signs move on to another location in a kind of a constant rotation. So having 6 will allow us to expand that. It's a little bit difficult to staff that way. So one of the updates we're looking at doing is with some of the equipment that Dale bought last year, he's now able to collect data both pre-installation and post-installation. So we're going to be able to start having some data to rely on that we can say, okay, here was the speeding situation pre-sign, here's the speeding situation post-sign, and start to get some data collected on what the impact of those signs, what the effectiveness of those signs are. And that's going to help us as we move toward maybe developing some sort of warrant system that we can say to Ann, okay, this particular location, we really saw a high driver compliance rate, and we saw speeding issues, so maybe it's a candidate for a permanent installation. So we're huge believers in that. Those decisions need to be data-driven and based on MUTCD standards and warrants, and this puts us a long way towards that effort. In terms of the transportation fund, those core services is really to fund capital improvements, to fund contracted preventive maintenance, things like overlays and slurry seals, and then system planning and engineering. There are 3 primary revenue sources for the transportation fund. We typically transfer some money from the street fund, from the gas tax, systems development charges, SDC fees. There's a transportation SD fee. Those funds go directly into that budgetary fund. And what I call surface transportation block grants. And that's really what ODOT refers to as a fund exchange. And those are federal dollars that are filtered through ODOT. And then if we agree to take them, they'll give them to us at a 90% discount rate. So if it's $100, we get 90 of it. But we do not have to comply with federal standards, which is very much worth it. Very much worth it.
David, I think you need to advance your slide 1.
Oh, I apologize for that. Thank you, ma'am. If anybody can tell I'm not very good at this, then I appreciate your patience. So just to slow there, since I managed to say all that without the slide in front of you, I'll give you a second to look at the slide, and then if you have any questions, let me know. Then in terms of the highlights in the transportation fund, we'll have the final bond preservation project. That's a $120,000 project. Will be on Northeast 18th from Henry to McDonald. It's tied to a sanitary sewer project over there. As discussed earlier, we'll have the rapid rectangular flashing beacon crosswalk at Northwest Baker Creek and Meadows. This will be the first year of the transportation system plan update. We'll start that project this fiscal year. I don't believe it'll be completed. We budgeted for a pavement preservation program, a $300,000 slurry seal. That's actually an expanded slurry seal project for us. We do have plans for those, but we don't have the engineering capacity to execute the project. So we're going to hang on to those plans. And when we do have the engineering capacity to do that, then we'll execute that. That will most likely be next summer. We did set aside a little bit of pavement engineering funding. And what that is to allow us to do pre-design engineering for projects along major corridors. And that's similar to the engineering work we had done prior to paving Lafayette Avenue on the north end or 2nd Street. Those are just high volume roadways where, quite honestly, having staff come up with a design as we would in a residential subdivision is probably a little riskier. So we tend to like to get a consultant involved with those. That fund does pay for the ODOT bypass loan. That $201,000 figures in there. And then the fund also provides 50% of the total city support for the Yamhill Community Parkway. The other 50% comes from the general fund. So this is the slide that Adam was talking about, excuse me, Councilor Garvin was talking about. So what this depicts is our current PCI is 68. The PCI is basically a rating from 0 to 100. 100 is the best. It's a newly paved road. 0 is a totally failed road. And so what that curve depicts is basically the same thing as the last curve depicts, is as the further down you roll on the curve, the more expensive the repair is going to be. So the longer you wait, if you let a road get past where you can slurry seal it as a preventive maintenance technique, then you have to overlay it, and it's much, much more expensive. The table below that gives you a quick snapshot of our current situation. Our current PCI is 68. That's down about a point from last year. We're looking at about 56% of our network is in the very good range. About 30% is in the good range, 8% poor, 8% failed. We are slated to do another round of payment assessment this fiscal year. I think this fiscal year, more likely be next summer, I guess. And that will be where we'll hire a team to come in and they actually walk segments of the roadway and they rate it. And then they feed that into our pavement maintenance system, and the ratings are updated. So I'll be interested to see where we wind up after that. This is just a picture showing kind of the differences between a high and a low in cost impact. The picture on your left is a picture of a full-blown street reconstruction on Lafayette Avenue on the failed section. Very expensive part of the project, very, very costly, very, very impactful, very time-consuming. The other is a slurry seal application, and this particular one, I believe, is on Alexandria. Slurry seal we started doing in 2008. Our normal projects now is we'll identify new streets that haven't been slurry sealed, and then we've started a second round on streets. And so usually half of the project will be on new streets that haven't been touched yet, and the other half will be on streets that were done, 6, 7, 8 years ago. We're getting anywhere from 8 to 10 years out of a slurry. We would typically hope to slurry a street 2 to 3 times before it would need to be overlaid. So slurry seal is about $2 a square yard, $2.50 maybe. An overlay, you're probably going to be more in the $45 to $50 range. So if we can slurry seal, it's a much, much cheaper alternative. In terms of issues and challenges, like everyone else, recruitment and retention is an issue for us. At this point, the street maintenance has 2 full-time positions open. So on our staff of 4, we've had 2 folks leave. We had one young man opt to take a job with his family's trucking firm, and another young man re-enlisted in the military. So was a surprise, and we're in the process of figuring out how we're going to fill those. More interesting to me, or more troubling to me, is we have 5 of our 6 seasonal positions remained unfilled, and we've had at least 2 seasonals quit. So staffing is an issue for us, and it's particularly this summer. It's going to be an issue as we try to get our workload done. Stormwater continues to have no direct funding source, so that is primarily being funded from the street fund, and so it's completely a reactive service. So we work with wastewater services. They do some preventative cleaning on troubled spots, but mostly it's a reactive effort. in terms of pavement preservation, I always like to put this information in there, is to maintain that 68 PCI, we need an annual investment of about 1.5 million. For context, our current resources have typically limited us to about $525,000. So that's a gap in the intervening years we're going to figure out how to cover. Again, trying to identify sources. Part of the source is just increasing project costs. Asphalt costs more, labor costs more, fuel costs more. Another piece of the pie is folks think of streets and transportation as just making streets black, and there's a lot more to it. Obviously, there are competing demands for those resources. The bypass loan funds are transferred from the gas tax to support transportation fund. Street lighting is paid for from transportation. The indirect support costs for engineering staff or finance staff, camping impact, stormwater. So the reality is that not all the gas tax actually is available just to make pavement black. So that kind of wraps up streets and transportation. Any questions you all might have?
Questions?
David, thanks for the great presentation. Back to the PCI, with us only funding it a third of what it needs to stay at its current level, where do you see the great roads going to good roads and the good roads going to bad roads? I mean, are we 5 years off from that curve really falling off, if you're looking at it on a curve basis, or are we 10 years out, or how urgent does that need to fill that?
I'm going to hedge my bets, sir, and say you're anywhere from 5 to 10. The biggest challenge facing us is that most of our bond revenues, in terms of preservation, went into neighborhoods. Typically, in a pavement management program, you would pave your higher volume roadways first, and your better roadways. In order to service those neighborhoods, we diverted, it was about $5 million, and we got into neighborhoods that we probably wouldn't normally get into. The good thing is we got a lot of neighborhood paving done. The not so good thing is we have bigger roadways, the south end of Lafayette Avenue. Obviously, if you head out 2nd Street over the hill, that's pretty wobbled out. Evans Street, kind of south of the high school, I can name multiple others. But those larger roadways are going to require some attention. So one of the things we try to do is we try to be judicious in how we use those federal allotment dollars, and we try to let them build up a little bit so we can maybe tackle those bigger projects. But it's a conundrum, and I think where the clock is ticking, we're going to have to consider how we're going to fund this in the coming years. It's not an immediate need, I wouldn't say that, but certainly in the next 5 to 10 years, it's something we're going to need to take a good hard look at. And there are options. A lot of communities have looked at local street utilities. A lot of communities look at local gas taxes. I mean, there's lots of ways to skin the cat. But the reality is, just relying on the gas tax probably isn't going to cut it. So that's about as frank as I can be.
Okay, thank you for those ideas on revenue streams. My second question is related to contract services, page 378 and the binder, or 384 digitally. It looks like that line item's gone up almost $100,000, but there's really no context of like what in that grew in that. Of all those items, I mean, you look at graffiti removal, it's at $1,500. Homeless camp cleanups at $10,000. There's other things in there that are large numbers, but what?
Let's see if I can help you out there, because I'm actually took a look at that.
Camp,
and so it went up about $93,000. The big driver there is street sweeping. Last year, and of course you don't see those figures, last year we budgeted about $175,000 for street sweeping. This year we're up in the 240, about a $69,000 increase. What's driving that is two things. Well, really one thing is that we know that the street sweeping market is very limited in the metro area. We're probably going to get one. We're out to bid right now, and we know that those costs are going to go up 35 to 40 to 50%, and it's almost totally based on fuel. The other piece of it is that it is much more expensive now to get rid of debris. We were working with a vendor that was able to simply collect the debris, take it to their yard. That vendor since went out of business. Now, to meet DEQ requirements, the street sweepings are brought to our yard. They're stored in a container above ground because we can't put it on the ground anymore. And then that material has to be trucked to Coffin Butte, which is down by Corvallis, because that's the closest stamp transportation that will accept that sort of waste. So that's what's driving that cost. The other things that have gone up, the striping element for that went up about $12,000, and that's straight based on material costs. Essentially, what we do is we know when Marion County bills us, we typically budget about 35, or excuse me, about 25. I think last year's bill was about 37. And so that's kind of what we shot. Yeah, that's right. So that's what we shot at. And in talking to them, it's straight material costs. The cost of their materials went up. We also added some roadway mileage with new subdivision and those sorts of things. But the real driver there is the cost of materials. We did add that camping line item that you see. We added that this year. That was not in last year's budget, and that's quite honestly not enough money. We'll spend about anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 per camp cleanup on a big camp, and these are in areas that really aren't in the park system. For example, the area along where Elmwood meets 2nd Street, that area where it drops down just before the police department, that's all street right away, oddly enough. It's not part of the park system. It's not public open space. It's street right away. And so the cleanup we had there was, I think, a $2,800 cleanup. We have issues on Davis, where the overflow culvert is. I think that was a $2,100 cleanup. And these are just cleanups that we just don't have the staff to do or the equipment to haul it off. And so it winds up being, quite honestly, it winds up being an issue that we have to divert funds to as opposed to labor because we don't have the labor to do it. And we're seeing more and more of those a year. So I hope that kind of answers your question on that.
Yeah, what you said, quite honestly, you need more than that. What do you think realistically the number is that you actually need to be? Well,
hindsight's 20/20, right? And of course, we developed this budget quite a while ago before I saw this most recent bills. I think you're looking more in the double that. And so typically what we would do with this budget is that if we had to spend more than that, we would simply make those adjustments within other line items. So for example, we might spend $10,000 less on snow removal or $10,000 less on pavement repairs. We would make it up with our own resources. We wouldn't look for any other resources. That's historically the way we've done that.
Okay, and graffiti removal, is that an additional line item this year too, or is that?
I think it is, if I remember correctly. I think it is, and that's just an effort on our part. We're again seeing an uptick there. I do have a local resident who's really, really good about identifying spots and really, really good about letting us know that. And so we're working with code enforcement, who's very good about, if it's a private box or if it's a water and light box or a Verizon box, Nick reaches out to those folks. But in a lot of cases, it's our boxes. If it's the traffic cabinets on Riverside and Lafayette, those are ours. And so if we can't get to them, sometimes we have to farm that out. And sometimes it's so severe that we don't have the equipment to remove it anyway. So it also, when you have, in situations, we have more retaining walls than we used to. We have all those retaining walls on Old Sheridan now, and they get tagged. We have the retaining walls on the Ford Dip. So those are all surfaces that folks kind of tend to want to tag. And so we try to want to keep ahead of those. And so again, I don't know if that's enough money. We'll just have to go through the year and see.
Okay, thank you for the additional context.
Yes, sir.
Other questions?
Great. So I'm going to take a quick segue here, and then I'll move on to the last slide. I did want to mention our staff. I want to emphasize that our folks are absolutely our greatest asset. We have wonderful assets in the community. We have great parks, great roadways, but the folks that work here at operations and at wastewater are terrific. Your operations team, it's just staff with people that are engaged, they're thinking, and they're committed, and they're capable employees. It's really a powerful group, and I'm really proud of them and proud to work with them. Some of the challenges that those folks face, and I kind of stole this from a question that I got asked yesterday, is we face the same behavior issues and camping issues and the frustrations that go along that as police and fire do. We have fleet and equipment challenges. We have, we've discussed the need for capital funding for aging assets. And then, of course, the conditions of our own facility here at Public Works. Now, one thing I'm happy to note that of those 4 issues, we kind of have some movement on 2 of them. Obviously, we've got some work to do on camping and behavior issues. That's a bigger issue than just us. But in fleet and equipment, between ARPA and the ODOT money, we have some resources now to start upgrading those fleets. So we appreciate that, and I think it's kind of perked our staff up a little bit. In terms of capital funding for aging assets, at least on the park maintenance side, we have some pretty significant ARPA resources programmed over the next 3 or 4 years to start tackling that. And then on the facility conditions, thanks to Leland working with us, we have partnered with Leland on a space needs study. He's doing one on his administration building, and with the same consultant, we'll be doing one here at Public Works, and looking at the needs that we'll need in the future, or the space needs that we'll need for our staff in the future, and start to make some decisions on, do we sink money into this facility, or do we join forces with Leland over there, or exactly how we move forward. So I'm really happy, to say that some of the issues that we challenge, some of the issues that we see, have some movement in the offing. So I just wanted to kind of report on that as well. So let's see here. So my final set of slides. So everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So the first slide, so the point of this, and I'll make this quick, is facility management has been an issue in the organization since I've come to work here. Not right or wrong, it's just what it is. I mean, honestly, when I came to work here, I thought I was supposed to do these things because I did it in my previous job. But contrary to opinion, I'm not the facility manager. In terms of what's out there, is we have about 56 structures, about 28 different locations. That's anywhere from office buildings to park restrooms. There's about 360,000 square feet. The replacement value of those structures is about $116 million. Pretty typical municipal use: office space, public meeting spaces, recreational spaces, wastewater operations, shops, aircraft storage and maintenance, public safety buildings, the library, public restrooms, all those sorts of things. Those facilities' ages range from about 1924, which is, I think, was when the community center was built, all the way up to 2019, which would be the J. Pearson Park restroom. So it's a huge span of ages, right? A huge span of building materials, huge spans of building technologies, pretty varied inventory. So what the current approach to facility maintenance is, it's essentially a decentralized approach, where each building, and I put the term owner in quotes, because they're really not the owner, but basically it's the department. So Susan Muir would be the owner at the community center. City Manager Towery would be at City Hall, or really it's Mr. Towery and the finance director as well. So each building owner is responsible for their own maintenance and managing those programs. The public safety building is the only facility in the city that has a designated staff person, and I believe he's a 3/4 time person, and he's stretched. We use him in all sorts of other facilities. I know Susan uses him as well. There are some existing service contracts that are in place for HVAC, janitorial, and elevator maintenance. And there's support that's provided from engineering, from the police department in terms of their designated staff person, and then from folks here at operations. And that can be anything from helping with contract procurement, helping with capital project management, helping with repairs and maintenance project management, physically making repairs, helping move tables or fix lights or unplug toilets. And it can be, some days it might be Dale doing that work. Some days it's me doing that work. Some days it's a staff person. Ron does a lot. Ron Pano, the police department, does a lot of the electrical work. Typically, someone has to show contractors around or work specifically with them to solve whatever problems they've been tasked to deal with. So it's a very much a decentralized approach. Not right or wrong. It's just the way it is today. So what we think of as gaps in that approach, it is a couple basic things. Is first of all, using that approach, there's no comprehensive preventive maintenance program. There's no system approach. So things tend to be reactive versus proactive. And there really is no ability to prioritize. We have some data that if we had a program in place, we could probably start prioritizing. And by that, I mean being able to say that an air compressor, or excuse me, a pump compressor at the fire department is maybe more important than an air compressor out at my building, because they're a public safety facility, those sorts of things. But there's no ability to do that today. There's a distinct lack of technical knowledge among our assigned staff. Ron Ponto is a licensed electrician, and I believe Leland is a limited maintenance electrician, but other than that, we don't have any electrical capacity. There's really a lack of technical staff, or technical knowledge when it comes to roofing and HVAC. A lot of on-the-job learning. And so what winds up happening is, because for most of that staff, with really the exception of Ron Ponto, everything's an ancillary duty. And so in the nature of things, because it's reactive, folks with needs will typically call when other things are going on. We'll get roof leaks in the middle of a heavy rainstorm that, we're trying to deal with things out in the transportation system. And so what happens is also the learning curve slows down responses. So if I'll use myself as an example. If I go out and I do something at the Oregon State Police Station, and then I don't do it again for another year, I have to relearn it. So that slows down, the response time. There's no centralized building security program. So we don't really have a current key or security access system. We actually manage the key systems for all buildings except public safety. And there's no comprehensive approach to either security lighting or camera systems. And most of all, this is probably the biggest gap that I might note. There's no formal capital planning for either facilities or systems. So there's no comprehensive approach to planning HVAC systems citywide or roofs citywide. The comparator would be, if you look at a school district, they would generally have programs for roofing and programs for HVAC and for paving and all those different sub areas. So along with that, we've got kind of a limited citywide capital planning process. The issue becomes that if we did a true capital program, that's going to require funding reserves, and that's going to be one of the big challenges moving forward. Just as an estimate, our current maintenance backlog is about $2.8 million. Over the 20-year period, just to fund that, we need about $2 million a year. So you have to fund the backlog and then get to the $2 million a year. And it's the same model. It's a like it or lump it. It's a run to failure model. So what we were asked to do is to put together some ad packages to start tackling that. So this slide sort of describes what we were trying to tackle. And what the issue becomes is, I showed you that curve in both park maintenance and in street maintenance, where as the life of the asset, the condition deteriorates, and the earlier you intervene, the cheaper it is. It's precisely the same thing for a building. I mean, the simple analogy is, if you have a hole in your roof and you don't address it, all of a sudden the hole in the roof becomes a leak in the ceiling, which becomes replacing a carpet, and it just compounds itself. And so those are the things that you want to avoid if you can. So it's the same issue we see in the other funds as well. So what the approach to the ad package was to try to move forward in creating a program that we could implement incrementally. So the first iteration of this had one full-time staff person that would have worked here under operations, and most likely at the supervisory level. We would have hired some additional seasonal help, and then we would have added some additional contract service dollars and some support elements for a vehicle and computer and those sorts of things. In this approach, we didn't attempt, because it was pretty clear we weren't going to have the resources, we didn't attempt to fund either the current backlog or the annual capital funding need. What the theory was that those capital funding needs would be continued to be addressed as there are today in the capital budget process that we have today. So specifically, what the things were unfunded is that those positions unfortunately had to be removed, and that was about 36 labor hours. We did have, not directly part of this, but we did also have a mechanics assistant that would have added labor hours both to shore up the capacity in our fleet maintenance program. As I mentioned, we're overwhelmed there with the age of those pieces of equipment. It would also given us that little bit of extra capacity to say, hey, it's raining, can you go down to this roof and clean the gutters? A little bit of that latent capacity that we don't have right now. The additional contract services would have been about $125,000. That would have been to allow for, to hire contractors as needed. And this would be citywide at different buildings, small equipment repairs, those sorts of things. And we had budgeted about $50,000 for a utility vehicle with a utility box. So kind of a mobile tools and equipment for that staff person. So the idea was to at least get a start on the program. So I opted to include this discussion simply because I know it's not something we can solve today, but I think as we move forward with the discussion on revenues, it is an issue worth revisiting and maybe visiting in a more comprehensive fashion later down the road, so you can see what options might be. Because it's just a place that we're underperforming, that we just don't have the resources to do what we need to do here. So with that ends my presentations. I'll take whatever questions you all might have on facilities.
Questions, comments around the table? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leland.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilors, and Budget Committee. So I am Leland Kester. I'm the manager out at Wastewater Services, and I'm not a big talker or a big storyteller or much there. So my presentation is going to be kind of short, and if you have questions, feel free to reach out. I guess I ought to start by sharing my screen. And let's see, do you see that?
Yep. Yes.
All right, so we will get in presentation mode. All right, there we go. So basically, for wastewater services, for the priorities that we are facing for this current budget year, our Fund 75, which funds our maintenance and operations of the facility, we are required by DEQ to maintain our NPDES permit. So our function is to make sure that everything people put down the drains in their homes gets here, and we clean it up and make it cleaner than the river it's going into. Some of the challenges we have in doing that is something that I think we all can relate to in the form of cost of supplies these days. One thing is our chemical costs. Typically, we can do $100,000 a year, and that covers our chemicals. This coming year, we're looking at more like the $130,000, $135,000 range. Our biosolids hauling contract, which we are, if the weather ever dries up, we will be kicking off here soon. And that contract is actually coming before council next Tuesday, I believe. And it is increasing drastically, mainly because of fuel costs and the cost of trying to keep drivers on staff for the trucking outfits. And as I mentioned, our supplies has been very challenging. And of course, fuel, our budgets are doubling in that regard. Staffing wise, something I wanted to kind of put a plug and a thank you to the council. And that was for approving the class and comp study that was just recently approved by council. Our staff morale has changed. It's definitely improving, and hopefully once those changes get fully effected or implemented, that will help in our hiring process, which has been very challenging as well. I have been taxing Kylie quite heavily lately, and presently, we have 3 openings, so if there's anybody out there that's interested in the wastewater field, we are hiring. So with that, our Fund 75 is really We haven't increased staffing. We're pretty much flat, other than the cost of some of those items I listed that have increased. Something that is driving our costs up as well is a new MPDS permit. The last update was 2023, 2024, that DEQ would be issuing us a new permit. Just recently, DEQ contacted us and is now requesting us to perform more testing of our effluent and of the South Yamhill River upstream of our outfall. These tests are anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 a month. That is increasing our outside lab services. Some of the things that they are looking at is aluminum, copper, mercury, and temperature. So when we do go into a new permit, those are things that are going to be addressed in that permit. So some way we will have to learn how best to address those situations to improve our effluent to meet those demands. In our capital fund, we have several projects that have been, and equipment replacements that are planned for. One of the benefits I have is that I actually have a CIP plan for this facility that the current council and counselors in the past have promoted and improved to make sure that we don't have the huge sewer rate hikes because we have to build something new, or another thing, we don't have to go out to the community and ask for bonds because we have to build a new tank or we have to build this or that. We actually have a plan that's built into the rates that is a big positive story for our community, because this doesn't happen in a lot of communities. And so I thank you all in that regards. One such project is our solids capacity improvement project. This is going to be a $20 million project, probably by the end of this. This project was initially kicked off in, I believe it was 2019. Due to staffing changes and some shortages, it was put on hold for almost a year. In that process of holding it for a year, not continuing, according to our consultant, the estimated cost of the project jumped over $1 million just in that 1 year. So the staffing issues with our engineering department, because it was directly related to engineering, is another big, this is some of the costs we're facing because of them being short-staffed. As this project moves forward, what it is going to do, it's going to increase our capacity to process solids. It's going to increase our capacity to improve the biosolids that go out to farmers' fields. One of the big steps with this process is the odor. Our current process has a high ammonia content, which farmers love, but when applied on a field can give off a bit of an odor that makes neighbors a little bit uncomfortable with it. So that is something that this new process is going to help improve on. And so that is something that I see for in the future is going to be a big plus for us. Master plans updating. So one of the big things here is our water reclamation facility and our conveyance system master plans that we went out for request for proposals, and Jacobs Engineering was the responsive proposer for that. And here in June, we'll probably be presenting that to council to move forward with. They're going to be assisting us in looking at our facility, looking at the conveyance system, and then also looking at the expansion of the urban growth boundary to see what all we may need to do to address the growth in our community and how best to plan for it and how to fund it. Another project that David touched on was our administration space needs analysis and the demolition of the old sewer treatment plant. Presently, the plant that was in operation until I believe it was December of '95 has been sitting idle for the past 25 years and is presently in very bad shape, and it just needs to be demolished, flattened, and then made that space a safe and buildable for the future. I know of at least 2 occasions where dogs from the dog park or neighboring areas have made it into that facility and went for a swim in one of the tanks. And once they're in, they can't get out unless someone catches it and is able to fish them out, which has happened, fortunately, in the last couple of events. But that is something that's I've wanted and hoped that we would work on improving in that area, and also help things out over at, because it's right next to David's facility and the dog park. So hopefully what this study is going to do, it's going to look at our building and our space needs. It's going to look at Public Works operation and their space needs, and see what is best, what is the most cost-effective and cleanest way to move forward for our facilities to address the needs of our staff. And the other smaller project in some cases, but at our Cozine pump station, we have an emergency generator that's going to be placed over there, much like the ones that we placed here at this facility and at our Ross Lewis pump station. This generator is much smaller, about half the size, but still it's going to address the power issues for the future as the needs arise. We have an emergency storm and the city goes down, we will be able to still pump. And that is my short and sweet presentation. I was asked to try and keep this down to 5 minutes, and I try to do that as much as I can. So I am going to stop there and ask if there are any questions of me.
Mayor.
Leland, thank you for the report, and it was good to be with you and wastewater and the public employees this afternoon. You know, as we see more regulations being placed on the discharge from our wastewater treatment plant, and you know, they're looking for metals, but they're also now looking at the temperature that needs to be consistent with the outflow into the river. Have we looked at the possibility of using our wastewater and not putting it back into the river, but into irrigation, and what that cost might look like? Just a thought. I know we have plenty of water in McMinnville. That's not, you know, we're never going to be in a drought situation in the summer where we're not going to have the water for irrigation or lawns and things such as that. But I've always thought, you know, as more regulations coming on, is there a way to divert that for irrigation, whether it's our parks? Many cities are providing that for the irrigation of homes also. So just a question.
Actually, I addressed that with our consultant for the master plan update for that actual talking point to see what we may be able to do for reuse water supply. One of the topics was piping water over to Joe Danza Park. They use a ton of irrigation water. That's city water. The other, I was actually contacted or had talked with the steel mill. What are the odds that we could supply them with water for their needs? So this is something we definitely will be looking into as these master plans progress.
Other
Hopefully
questions?
that addresses
comments?
your question.
None? And thank you.
All right.
We appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you all for Public Works.
Parks and Rec. Okay, we were scheduled to go to 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. We could have Susan come back tomorrow or do it right now.
Away from the same.
I would wager that Susan would like to present now.
I would love to keep going so that we can wrap up this part of it, but if you all are too tired and we need to go home, I can come back tomorrow.
I think we're raring to go, aren't we?
Normally, we just are finishing public comment at a council meeting, so we got a couple hours left.
So you have until 11 o'clock.
Well, I have a lot to say.
Don't give her that leeway.
So I am bringing up the tail end of the executive team, and as we launched off on this, we wanted to let you know that we were trying to create a cohesive picture for you here. So you're at the end. And I'm going to talk about Parks and Rec and Park Development. Park Development is a different fund than Parks and Rec, and it's not a part of the general fund. In Parks and Rec, we have rec sports, which is our team sports. We do programming for the senior center, programming for the community center, programming for the aquatic center, and one of the big changes you'll see in this year's budget is the elimination of KOB entirely in terms of funding and FTE. You will not see a big net difference in the general fund because of that, because KOB was heavily subsidized by KOB Inc. And so the general fund typically only contributed $40,000 to KOB. So while we have a reduction of almost a dozen staff, that does not equate to a big dollar amount of reduction. But it does mean that in a few years, we will not have to carry the rest of the burden that the KOB Inc. currently carries, which is over $100,000 in a typical year. So they have about 3 years left of funding for that. They are giving that money to our subcontractor or contractor who are working with on that, which is Campfire Columbia. And so they are giving the remaining money from the mayor's ball directly to Campfire. So it might look a little different, and that's why. So we like stories in Parks and Rec. We love stories in Parks and Rec. So happy to be giving this in that format tonight. I do want to clarify, I'm going to reference MacPac a lot tonight in my presentation, and we've sort of adopted that term to mean the group of 19 people that did the planning, the plan that came out of it, and the future project. So if it gets muddy, just let me know and I'll clarify which one it is that I'm talking about. So first I want to talk about MacTown 2032. This is also a great tool in Parks and Rec. For us, what that looks like is inclusion, looks like removing barriers for us. Capacity looks like partnerships. Prosperity looks like tourism, destination, and events to us. Leadership means creating opportunity in Parks and Rec and also as part of the MacPac project. Safety means training and lessons for the public and staff, like concussion training, mandatory reporter training, lifeguard training, and we also wrap survival swim for the community into that safety umbrella. Moving on to how we look at the core services exercise that we did related to Parks and Rec. This was actually a really great experience for us to go through as a Parks and Rec team. We were not very surprised by what ended up at the top of our list, park development, volunteerism, a lot of the drop-in services that we do, a lot of the facilities that we have are pretty unique in town. But what did surprise us a little bit is what ended up at the bottom of the list. And one of those things I want to give you an example of is meeting room rentals. When we looked at through the core services filter, and you look at what's available just in downtown McMinnville, we realized we were actually competing with private companies and businesses that have rental spaces. We weren't able to do it as well as they were, and it was taking away from our ability to run rec programming. So the way that looks in the budget is we made it a lower priority. We reduced our potential revenues as a result of those rentals, and we are prioritizing rec classes and rec programs higher than those private event rentals. So you'll see some changes that look like that. The core services tool was really, really helpful for us. So moving on, I want to talk about what we're doing. We don't look at a glass half empty in Parks and Rec. We look at it either as full or half full. So I'm going to tell you what we're doing and what we're planning on doing with the tools and resources that we have. These are our priorities. I mentioned removing barriers. We see that language in terms of equity and inclusion planning. What that looks like for us is continuing to provide written materials in both Spanish and English. We translated our entire rec guide now and provide that in dual languages, and we want to continue doing that as much as we can. We looked at removing the financial barrier to participation, and this is One of the things that came out of COVID, the city manager challenged us the first summer of COVID to try and make fun happen in our community in safe ways outdoors. And we did that with a program that we called Summer Fun, and it was wildly successful. The barriers that we removed through that program was you didn't have to pay anything to participate in that. It was free. We also went out into the community, so if transportation was a barrier, we took our programs out to neighborhood and community parks and also some apartment units in partnership with the library. We plan on piloting a fall adaptive soccer program, which we're excited to try that. We've also launched a way to make our buildings more welcoming and open to people. We're trying and experimenting things like new signs at the aquatic center that say we welcome all bodies at not just everybody, but we welcome all bodies, no matter what size, shape, ability, color, anything like that. You're welcome at the aquatic center. One of the other barriers we know exists at the aquatic center is availability of swimsuits. It can cost families a lot just to pay the entrance fee once a year to come into the aquatic center. We've been speaking with a lot of people over the last few years in our communities to ask them about barriers and help us identify the barriers. And one family mentioned that when they plan a day at the community center, they have to plan it so far in ahead, because if it truly comes, if their day at the pool happens, they have to budget for and plan the time to go to Walmart ahead of coming to the aquatic center to buy swimming suits. So we see that as a barrier to participation, and what we're doing is starting a swimsuit exchange, basically, where we're asking people to bring in their lightly used swimsuits. We'll take care of distributing them to anybody that contacts us and says that they need that, and try and make sure that that is not a barrier to participation as well. So we're excited to keep doing some of these barrier reduction activities. We also have a new accommodations process on our webpage, where if you have a physical, emotional, any kind of barrier to participating, whether it's someone in your family, a kiddo, or you can go online and fill out an accommodations request form. The managers of the programs will get that and reach out and contact the family or the individual and start asking them what the barriers are. If there's adaptive equipment we can get, if it's changing the way the class, offering it online and in person. There's just a lot of things that we think we can do if we get the folks to let us know what those barriers are. So that's on our webpage now, and we hope to continue to build tools like that for our community. We started this fiscal year and will continue it into next fiscal year, something that we call low sensory swims. This came through a conversation with the Oregon, I think it was the Autistic Society. They do, in other communities, they do low sensory swims, which means no whistles, no music, lower lighting, areas where people can regroup and kind of get themselves together to come back in the pool and participate. And we hope we can grow all of these programs so that more and more people can participate. And thanks to the first round of ARPA, we are able to buy a van that we can call our mobile rec station, and as part of that, reducing barriers if transportation or cost is an issue, we will plan on taking that van out for our summer fun program and moving it around the community instead of relying on people having to have transportation to come to us. So we've done a lot of work in that regard, and we look forward to continuing it and just removing barriers. One of the things we need to keep doing is also asking our community, what are those barriers to participation in our programs? So we continue to try and open up new ways to reach new communities within McMinnville. Partnerships for us, we do a lot of these, not only internally in the city, we also have a lot of external partnerships. We have a lot of informal agreements. As part of the MacPac project, we talked about a lot of these, and the recommendation through that report was to formalize a lot of those. We are doing that now. We expect that to take quite a while as we approach some of our partners and say, let's write a contract about this, and how about we do an intergovernmental agreement? That takes time, but eventually we hope that pays off in the form of potential equity partners and what we're looking at in terms of a new building. Building on the MacPac report, we currently have 31 partners on our target list for these conversations, and we've already started talking to several of them. The other thing, you're going to see this on both what we're doing, what we're able to do, and what we're not able to do, and that's buildings and parks. You've heard a lot about the buildings and the parks when David and others were talking today. And I just want to let you know, we do think we're actually doing a pretty good job in keeping the buildings open. It's that bad. We have doors that don't open some mornings. We have HVAC systems, as our tenant who left us had to live with some days over 90 degrees and some days close to 60, I think, in our building. These are the same buildings that we invite the public in and ask them to pay for services. We also have now moved the Parks and Rec staff into those office spaces that IS was lucky enough to move out of. So I think we're doing a pretty good job of keeping the buildings open and running with the tools. It's a little bit like what David Renshaw was talking about. With the tools we have, we're actually doing a pretty good job, and I'm proud of the managers and the way they really approach, you know, kind of paper clipping and bubble gumming things together to make it work. We feel good about delivering the MacPack report. We look forward to hopefully doing more on that, but I'll talk about that with the ad packages that are no longer funded. And one of the things that we've really done well and want to continue to do through this year's summer fun program and into many years is really using the parks as programming areas. So we are really good at programming in indoor areas, and through COVID we became really good at programming outdoor areas because that's where we could safely move our activities. So we've been doing a lot more of that. What that has brought to all of our attention is the conversation that David Renshaw just had with you, which is the really large need to build back park maintenance. So we think we're doing the programming well, and we'd like to see the maintenance and the development of parks move forward. We too are having employment issues. We have had to close a few of our facilities when a couple of people get sick or when we don't have enough employees to staff a certain shift. We've kept that to a minimum, but we do need more staff. I will say, and this might be a byproduct of the Great Resignation, we are getting high quality staff. We are thrilled with the staff that have joined Parks and Rec since we had to lay off everybody for COVID reasons. We are really seeing high caliber staff. People may be moving from a medical field to Parks and Rec because they no longer want to be in there. We are loving that. So that's a good news about the employees and what we're seeing. So on the next slide, you'll see this is what we're not able to do. And again, there's some overlap here with what we think we're doing well and what we think we need to do better at. Part of this is because when we went through our core services and looked at taking things from below base to base, they were so dependent on our facilities. We can't do a lot of that lifting up the quality of our services without improving the way we look at our parks, the way we maintain our parks, and the way we look at our buildings. We're so reliant on that that's our top priority, is to get that fixed. So it was hard for us to identify how could we move small things forward when really what we need to do is move one big thing forward. So I want to say this is where if we had a facilities manager, we would turn it over to them, much like we turned the recruitment and retention program over to Kylie last night. We don't have that person. And so you get David Renshaw and I. The facilities managers are the same as our programmers. They are the same as the hiring managers that you heard about last night. Those are our facility managers. So that part we really feel we need to do better at managing our buildings and doing upkeep on our buildings. I do want to say the managers are all online, I know, watching this meeting. We, as a team of the execs, we want to be this city for you. We want to be your staff that is moving these things forward. We want to be your Parks and Rec staff that runs a safe, welcoming, open building that we can be proud of. We're ready for that, and we want to do that, but right now we're really struggling. One of the things related to parks, one of the unintended consequences is some of the things that David mentioned to you. We do hear a lot from our community members, and I want to take just a minute to read an email that I recently got that I think reflects what the perception of run to failure in our parks looks like for some community members. This came from a resident who lives along the West Side Greenway. They've been there over 25 years, and she wrote me recently to express her concern regarding the lack of priority given to the park, her section of the West Side Greenway or BPA trail. She noticed that it was in stark contrast to the newer, more upscale section of the Greenway that extends to Baker Creek Road. And what she wrote is, "It seems like our section no longer receives any irrigation, not even occasional, and the grass turns brown, dusty, and brittle during the most optimum outdoor recreation season. The grass in the newer sections is obviously being watered, remaining green and soft enough for small children to comfortably play on. And in our area, once a tree falls, an ugly bare spot stays that way indefinitely. Traveling the whole greenway often, I can't help but noticing that the tended area is in the newer, more prosperous-looking housing areas, while the minimally tended section is in the older, humbler housing areas. It doesn't feel equitable or fair that the city should designate a higher level of care to one section of its public areas than another, especially when both areas are extensively serving large numbers of residents. The older section is used, viewed, and enjoyed by many people and pets every day. It's providing a bit of nature as well as a travel avenue to large numbers of McMinnville residents regularly. I'm hoping the city can keep this in mind when planning maintenance and improvements. If maintenance must be restricted, do it fairly, not preferring certain areas while neglecting others." That turned into a good dialogue exchange, an email exchange with her, where I let her know the challenges that we're facing and the fact that it's often easier to find one-time money for construction and capital projects like we had for the J. Pearson Neighborhood Park, or for the example of the BPA extension north of Baker Creek Road was part of a development discussion in order to approve that subdivision. That's not city general fund money.
Can you bring your mic up a little higher? You go in and out.
Sorry, I'm turning, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, I forgot what I was saying. So we had a great email exchange about capital money is oftentimes easier for us to get than it is to get the ongoing maintenance money. MacPac members heard us talk about this constantly, that it's very easy, relatively easier for us to find capital money than it is for us to find the ongoing maintenance, and that's what we're facing right now. And so we had this conversation, and what the unintended consequence of the way we're managing our assets comes out is shown through her comments, which now it looks like we are treating different areas of our city differently based on their economic status. And while David and I have known we have provided very different levels of asset management and park maintenance in different areas of our community, that was just a particularly interesting perspective that she gave us when she sent that in. So the next challenge for us is revenues. If you've looked at our revenues in the budget, COVID has done a number on us, and it makes it very hard to predict what our revenues will be. We're actually better off than we had anticipated we would be, thanks to our rec sports. Go Steve, and what happens down at Joe Dancer, families are still participating in those sports. They're not coming indoors back quite as quickly. So in general, we are predicting about 70 to 80% of the revenue that we traditionally got pre-COVID, which is 2019. So Mayor, one of the questions that you always ask me when I present the Parks and Rec budget is, what level of cost recovery is Parks and Rec at? Traditionally, I would be able to say we're at about 50%. We are not at 50% right now, and one of the impacts of that, and I'll just use one example at the Aquatic Center, we have to have a certain number of staff on the deck. We have to have basic lifeguard resources there. That number doesn't change for us if there are 5 people in the building or 30 people in the building, and we want people to come back to our buildings. So we're not quite there. We think of ourselves in a build back stage right now in terms of revenue. Resources is another really large challenge for us. You heard a lot about central services, HR, finance. We need more of them. We just need more of them. The idea of HR, and when we developed that position and brought Kylie in, the amount, we can sometimes in a good year onboard and offboard almost 100 employees in Parks and Rec. And that's just due to the seasonal turnover of us. You know, we bring in people for soccer, and then we let them go. And we bring in people for baseball and softball, and then we let go. So we do a lot of processing through that hiring. And having Kylie on board to help with that and develop some systems that made it better is great. The idea of taking some of those things and putting it back on our plate just means we will have less time to spend on recreation, less time to spend on managing the direct services that we want. One of the things that we would love to do with more resources is look at ways to be greener in what we do. Single-use water bottles has come up here before. It comes up in a lot of jurisdictions. We don't have the resources to do the analysis and make the conversion over to that. We would love to be able to do those kinds of things. Related to any increases that you may see in our budget, I wanted to take the opportunity to sort of indicate what it is that we absorb when it looks like some comments about increases, certain increases. So for Parks and Rec, minimum wage has increased 26% since 2019. We absorb that in our budget. The class comp study increased some of our wages 26%. Our FTE doesn't look like it's grown right now, but that's the type of cost increase that we absorb. It may look like our materials and service budget went up, and it did a little, but if we applied the consumer price index or any inflation equation to that, in order to stay flat, taking inflation into account, we would have asked for $90,000 more than what we did ask for. So you heard about fuel, you heard about chemicals. The price of chlorine at one point during COVID was scary, and we couldn't even figure out if we were going to be able to get our hands on it. So we're paying those increases in those costs as well. The way we get lean in Parks and Rec, and I know other departments do this as well, when we need to do things like, pay for a translation service or something, we compromise that and balance those things with how many hours our facilities are open. We cut back hours to make our budget balance. We also buy program materials that are lower in quality to save a buck here and there. And that's not because we want to do that, that's because that's what we have to do to provide these services to these families with the fees that we charge. One example of that is the giant inflatable movie screen that we bought. That was enabled through some of the COVID money as well. That is a great asset for us to have. Our typical MO would have been to go to Amazon, find the cheapest version of a movie, some way to play a movie outdoors, and probably bought something that was more like a residential scale or type of movie theater or movie screen. And that might have lasted us a summer. But instead, because we had some of that relief money, we were able to buy a commercial-grade movie screen and serve 700 moviegoers last summer, and we anticipate doing more of that going forward. So we just don't have the capacity to do those kinds of things that we want to do in terms of making smart choices, longer-term planning, and really thinking about the future. Staff, our employees, we're really proud of them. We'd like to do more things like succession planning. That's really hard to do that right now. We all will face eventual retirements, and big chunks of our historic knowledge will go. We'd like to be able to overlap and train future leaders to do those kinds of things. We don't have those resources right now. Time for training doesn't always exist for us, and we just need more staff. We can't hire people the way we need them. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the ad package.
Can I clarify that statement?
Yeah.
Sorry. You can't hire people the way you need them because we can't find the people or because we don't have the money for the positions?
We can't find enough people, primarily, and I think that does relate to the wages that we pay. The bulk of our folks that we're talking about are mostly minimum wage folks, and so we compete with Dutch Brothers, we compete with Starbucks, and those places are paying more than what we're paying right now. So that it's kind of a combo, but we aren't getting the numbers. Okay, ad packages. This is now a part of our vocabulary. We talk about this. The executive team goes through all of these and prioritizes them. Ours are all gone out of the budget. The MacPack continuation in February, when I brought the work plan to continue that project into next year and through this year, included a $220,000 ad, and that is gone. It was actually reduced first in half, I think, and now it's gone. So we do not have any money currently allocated to MacPack. For those of you that remember that work program planning, we had $90,000 in this year's budget that we were going to put towards a communication plan and polling. Because we don't know if that project will go forward after July 1st, it doesn't make sense for us to spend that $90,000 today to start communicating about a project that we're uncertain of. So we decided, several of us on the executive team decided currently we plan on shifting that $90,000 to polling and communication for the fire district to be successful. So those are some of the changes that we're making day to day based on the revenue conversations that you're having. I also want to say there, as the exec team got together and prioritized these ad packages, there were some, and you've heard some of them through each of the department heads, that didn't even make the list that you saw. For us, those were looking at adaptive recreation, a coordinator for that. We really want that. We would love to have somebody that can work with families and take a family who needs an accommodation through the aquatic center and also works with them at the community center and also works with them in the park, so that it's the same person that's helping and understanding what the bridges to participation are for an individual. We also know that we wanted to partner with, you've heard about volunteers a lot. We know that that's a big part. We do it right now in a lot of different departments. We'd like to see that more centralized and more formalized, where it's a recruitment and specific projects with more dates and more equipment and tools for the volunteers to actually do things. So we had proposed partnering with Parks Maintenance and Public Works on developing a more formal volunteer program. So the summer fun, we had a small, teeny bit of an ad package for just $15,000 to kind of enhance what we're planning on doing to make summer fun and free and low barrier. And then I just can't emphasize enough, it's not in my department, Parks Maintenance is in Public Works, but I can't emphasize enough how much the fact that we cannot maintain our parks affects our ability to, one, build trust with our community, that we manage our assets well, and by the way, give us more money to manage a bigger, better facility. We really need to demonstrate that. And part of, when I go out and talk about this project, one of the questions that I often hear, and we do get a lot of questions, is, well, what about the parks? It's connected to us, and we need to address that in order to build the trust, in order to hopefully be successful with any kind of a financial measure that we may take out to our community. So this is a perfect segue to my last point that I want to make, which is about master planning. You've also heard a lot about that today. I want to take a minute to clarify something that I think I may have miscommunicated during the MacPac project. You may recall I put a slide up when we were talking about next steps that said that McMinnville is at a crossroads, that we could either choose to continue on the path that we're on in terms of planning and maintenance and replacement of our facilities, or we could do master planning. What that turned into is, if you look at the data and the facility condition assessments that David went through, we would need to spend $6 million in the 3 Parks and Rec buildings between when those facility condition assessments were done and 2014. There was a discussion about, was that a good investment? And what the council ultimately decided back then was the cost of remodeling versus replacing all of our buildings were very, very close. That $6 million was not remodeling. That $6 million was fixing the hole in the roof at the aquatic center and doing like basic maintenance stuff that came up in the facility condition assessment. So it's not an either or. Do you want to continue and spend that $6 million to be in the same position we're basically in today with looking forward with no planning and no financial plan? Or do you want to, it wasn't, or do you want to build a $100 million building? It was, or do you want to do a community planning process that brings the community to the table, asks them what they're willing, what they want to see in our services, what they want to see in our buildings, what they want to pay for in that, which is a critical component of it. Master planning allows us to do what Leland was talking about. Leland might not be a good storyteller, but he's a really good capital planner. He has a plan to replace his facilities and maintain them at a regular rate, and he has the non-general fund money to do that. What the master planning projects that we've all been talking about, whether it's parks, transportation, MacPac, it allows us to incorporate the financial planning for operational, Maintenance and capital replacement funding. Parks, same thing. The new Parks and Rec master, or Parks and Open Space master plan that we're going to be kicking off will come up with a lot of the data that you all were asking David for tonight. How many acres are undeveloped as parkland? How many are developed? What's their condition? Where do we need to go to be equitable? What do we need in terms of FTE to maintain it? All of that will be coming out of that master planning process, and we're really looking forward to that. Basically, the master planning gives us the ability to have modern plans that are based on sufficient funding and grounded in equity. They also, when we're done with them, allow us to leverage our resources. We are better equipped to go after grants and look for partners when we have modern documents with reasonable plans with particular projects in them. So we are really looking forward to kicking some of those off and doing them in a way that is financially responsible and thinking about the ongoing maintenance, operational, and future planning of replacement costs. Let me see. Fund 50, which I mentioned, is the Park Development Fund. That too, like some of the other funds that you heard about tonight, pays for 25% of my time. And so we are able to kick off the Parks and Rec open space through a fund that is basically funded by system development charges. We don't have a lot in there. We've talked about that a lot with the City Council and needing to maximize our ability to collect system development charges. And we are very much looking forward to having a new methodology in place once that plan is completed that can sufficiently fund our projects and also have an ongoing source of revenue for that. We won't be able to use that for maintenance. That's the part that we come up with that conundrum about we can build new, but we can't maintain, so we have to do both of those things together. So, happy to take any questions, but in conclusion, I would just say that hopefully as an executive team, we've been able to tell you the story about our two biggest assets, our people and our buildings and our infrastructure. And our goal was to present this in a way that was more engaging and reliable, and it better tells our story than sometimes the numbers can. So I think Matt touched on this a little bit, and I want to emphasize again, we want to be the city for you and for our community, and your executive team is ready.
Questions? Any?
Just want to know if the FTE changed from what was sent to after the ad package was removed. Any?
The ad packages with FTE did not make it into the first cut, so no, those are just contract dollars. Park maintenance, I mean, I do have the park maintenance on my slide, and that did equate to what David and Jeff explained to you in terms of FTE, but the others would not.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you for all you do.
Any additional questions? Mayor, you're moving your mic. Okay.
Susan already answered my question.
Thank you.
I have a general comment. I mean, are we done with the staff presentations of the budget? Okay. I think you guys did a great job. This was a hard 2 days of presentations to hear. It's hard to hear 6 hours of we don't have enough money for staffing and our buildings are falling apart and we're not doing planning. And it's hard for me to hear that. And I knew when I signed up for city council, this period of time that we're in right now, holding aside the cultural situation that we have that makes everything uncomfortable to begin with, is also financially from the state of Oregon, like the worst time to be in public service. Heather, or I forget who it was, somebody had a chart yesterday, and I mentioned it earlier today, of 2002 costs and staffing versus 2023, and it was basically flat staffing other than police and fire for the city. And so I was like scratching my head like, God, why can we not get out of this hole? Because we're, and then I went and looked back, I did PERS work before, and I know that we talk about it in here, but I feel like it doesn't really resonate like how significant it is. And so I went back and looked at, and so in 2002, on a statewide basis, and that year, by the way, was the year that we had to fix PERS the first time because it was getting out of control, right? So in that year, on a statewide basis, the total unfunded liability, which the year before was 1.5 billion for the state, and that created a crisis. And so in 2002, the crisis was that the liability was at $3 billion statewide. The last figure I have is for 2020, and it's in excess of $27 billion now. So that's 10 times what it was. And in terms of what the claim that makes on our budget, in the 2003 session, that was the year that it got really bad back in the day. On a statewide basis, the base rate was 10.6% of, that's what employers were paying. Now it's 25 statewide. So essentially that's 15, that's a huge part of our payroll. It's 25% of our payroll is now going to PERS. And, back when it was a crisis 20 years ago, it was probably less than 10%. And so that is really constraining, I think, our ability as a city to staff and provide services. And it's not just the city that's experiencing this. It's every school district in the state. Max school districts, 25% of payroll, and they put all their money into staffing. And they're staffing non-core services. They're doing like additional services to help students who are needing to get up to achievement, things that they couldn't do as well with their budgets. So for me, I think that we have, a problem that we don't have control over those costs. I feel like our staffing levels, the staff, in my opinion, has made a very powerful case that we need to improve, we need to come up with a revenue solution. So I guess at the end of this, my only comment is, I think you guys did a great job with the budget. I think you did a great job making the case for why we needed to improve compensation for staff. I think you make a great case for why we need to come up with additional monies to address significant and long-term systemic problems. The other side to this is that we have a community that's just come through a pandemic. The ability of everybody, all of us are experiencing massive inflation right now. So I'm hoping that as a group we'll be able to muddle through and come up with additional revenue to help address these challenges in our next council meeting. But for my part, I have a hard time finding any criticism with what you've done from a budget standpoint. So that's my only comment. Thank you for everything you've done.
Sal, thank you for bringing that up, because I think, the realities are some of those costs we have no control over. We truly have no control over. If I'm not mistaken, our unfunded balance in the city right now is about 38 million.
I do not have it in my head.
I think I looked that up the other day in preparation. It was a significant, and we've paid some of that down too. And so, that incremental cost, the thing that I have a hard time with is that we get criticized as a council and as a staff because we aren't controlling our cost. And we don't have control of some of those big items, those big ticketed items, and how we've addressed it, and there's many ways to address it, but is to pull down on the beginning fund balance to a point that was a concern to us. There's all kinds of elements out there that have brought us to where we're at. But I can still tell you, as I look around other cities, we are healthier than other cities. We were able to overcome the recessionary period where many cities went down back then, where we are now, and we've been able to expand and continue to do that. So I would be, and again, this isn't Well, we've heard it from every single department, a need to look at sustainable resources so that we can build the programs and get back on a sure footing. And so, as Sal said, I think next Tuesday night, we're going to need to have a discussion. I think we need to be reasonable. I don't think it has to be, way up here. I think we have to grow, and, I'm going to be gone after Tuesday night, and so we're going to have other leadership, and I'm excited about Remy. I'm excited about our council, but there's some heavy lifting that's needing to come to a fruition to be able to, after we've heard the true heartfelt stories of our staff and departments. And so, I feel very comfortable right now. Tonight, we're going to be going over that proposed budget amendment, and it looks like we're cutting about almost $2 million out of the proposed budget that is in front of us in the books, and then this amended. Tonight, we've got to make a decision so we can continue with the budget process. But Tuesday night, I think I would ask each of you to think and go back to the book, and so that we can come up with at least a short-term solution to get us back up to where we need to be, so that we don't put the full burden. We feel it a bit, but they carry it, okay? We feel it, but they carry it every single day. And so, that's my words right now. Thank you.
Jeff, if you could just kind of give us a pathway here for how to proceed. Scott mentioned the proposed budget. My understanding is that the proposed budget would be in the amendment that was stated May 13, 2022.
Correct. So let me just add a little more clarification. I don't have ready access to the full unfunded liability at this point, Mayor. We can follow up with that. But just citywide, when you look at our salary costs in the current year's budget and in the proposed budget that's before you, our PERS cost is actually just over 31% of that payroll. So thanks to Councilor Peralta for laying out that sort of a systemic issue that everyone is dealing with across the state. So what we have on the screen is a motion that would approve the amended budget that is before you tonight. And the changes from the original budget packet are part of that 12-page amendment that went out afterwards. That is our standing recommendation for you. You certainly have the ability to deliberate direct changes. The council has the ability to make decisions about revenue. And just a reminder, one of your roles as the budget committee is to set the absolute limit on the property taxes that can be levied by the city, but the city council has the authority to increase any fund over what you recommend to them or what you approve to them by up to 10%. And so the council does have the opportunity to address revenue issues. The approach that we would use should the council identify additional revenue in the short term is that we would propose adding back some of the things that were reduced in this 12-page packet. We'd give you what our priorities were and the rationale for that. The council would really wrestle with that issue during the adoption of the budget in late June. If that were the direction the council would go in the short term. If the council were to consider revenue alternatives, but not come to a conclusion before the budget was adopted and were to take actions either later in June or into the new fiscal year, any changes that the council would make would then be subject to a supplemental budget process, which is another way that we sometimes deal with budget amendments. So that's sort of the high level stuff. This motion is in front of you. It's not the only option. You do have the ability to deliberate and make changes to the recommended budget. We can talk to you about, pros and cons impacts of that. We could give you some additional advice depending on where you might want to go with some of the information that you heard from staff over the last 2 nights. I saw a couple of potential questions. I don't know if they're for me or
Any more questions?
board to discuss.
I would
so.
assume directed to Jeff.
I didn't have a question. I wanted to comment a little bit on what Sal was saying and just kind of take it a little further. I really appreciate you bringing up PERS, Sal. That's one of about 3 pressures that I see that are occurring to our budgets. The second is also the Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement rates for our ambulance service that are drastically below what they ought to be. That's killing us. When you add that to PERS, and then you add that to 30 years of prevented growth in our community, so we couldn't grow the way we needed to grow. And so as a result, the revenue streams that should have been there weren't able to be built out the way they ought to have been built out. Those 3 combined are 3 very large pressures that have impacted this budget. So I'm going to tell you, I'm still going to be, if we don't put this before the population to determine and say to us, yes, they want more money, I'm going to be a no vote on any increased revenues. Not because I don't see the need. I have been convinced. So I wanted to express that to you guys, that I did a lot of research coming into this meeting and spent a lot of time looking into things. And I want to put on record that I looked into the claim made in the News Register regarding 40 FTE increase over the last 7 years and $8.2 million in revenue. What was missed was the folding into the ambulance department that took place in that window. And that was roughly about 25 FTEs of the 40 FTEs referred to. So in the last 7 years, we've only had 15 FTE increase, and we've had about $2.5 million in increased payroll associated with that. So I just want to clarify that for anybody watching or listening to this and put that on record, because I found that in my own homework before I came in here.
And Chris, to follow up on that point, that was after we laid off people during the downturn, so that makeup was in response to a previous reduction.
Well, and maybe I can't speak to that, Sal. I just know what I did in my homework. So I just wanted to express all that. I'm still of the opinion that if we're going to take money from folks, they need to agree to pay that money. I'm sorry, that's my philosophical position. It's their services they're paying for. They should have the right to make the decision whether they want to pay for those services or not. But I do see that we have a problem. So I have come to that conclusion, and I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you very much, staff, every department head, for the performance that you guys did, for the work that you're doing, for the effort you're putting forth. And I know part of the staffing problem, part of the morale problem, is something that is not going to be fixed by money. It's a systemic problem in every single employer, for every single employer in the state. Finding employees everywhere is hard. We have other issues that are creating that, and I'm not going to get on that political soapbox. But I'm going to say, I'll just leave it there. Thank you all for all you're doing.
And Chris, thank you. I think that gives us more of a unity as a council, what you said. So thank you so very much.
You had a question?
Yeah, I guess just thinking about the last couple nights, you know, it's been, here's the level of staffing we should be at compared to other like-size cities. Are there other cities that are funded appropriately, and can we learn from that? I'm just wondering, what do they have that we don't have, and can we get that?
They have other revenue sources.
Right.
They'll have a local operating levy. They'll have additional.
So that's what we're missing.
Those are the kind of things
I don't think we can assume the grass is greener anywhere. I mean, into Portland or Salem lately. I mean,
well, I meant similar-sized towns.
But I mean, it's not easy anywhere. I mean, every city has the same financial constraints, both from measures 5 and 50, you know, in addition to the PERS. And the staffing issue, like if I were a high school student right now, I'd be learning how to be a wastewater engineer, or, I mean, there is job security. We cannot find anybody to take those jobs up in the Santiam Canyon after the rebuild from the fires.
Well, and larger communities have community block grant assistance.
That's right.
And they may not be able to go right into the general fund, but they can augment that general fund. And we're always compared to the bigger cities of what they're doing. They're getting millions of dollars in programs that we are too small to even participate. The county is too small to participate. So we've got this deep hole in the Willamette Valley or in Yamhill County because we don't qualify for community block grants.
Well, and we are getting about 3.8% increase per year is what I calculated out in our property tax revenue. That's about the average, is 3.8 per year that we've had from 2016, 17 to today. And then the other thing, I mean, honestly, that we've made some decisions that have not been, they've hurt us. I mean, we wanted the bypass, but that is costing us, you know, $208,000 a year. That's $208,000, as Sal pointed out. $200,000 is $200,000. When you start bringing chunks like that in, it makes a difference. So.
Go ahead, Meredith.
I wanted to add that I thought these presentations were spectacular, and I just wish all my friends could have watched it. You know, yesterday I told a lot of people. I know. So I was going to say, yesterday I told people I was coming, and they'd say, oh, and I'm like, yeah, we go page by page, and everyone kind of like laughed with me, and I also informed them a lot about the revenue shortfall, but after last night, I then invited a lot of people. They didn't come. I still can't convince them to care about the nerdy things I care about. But I know Jeff Knapp, I think, mentioned more communication. I think that's what he mentioned in his public comment a few weeks ago. I just wish we had a way. I don't think anyone in the community would have heard these presentations and said, nah, like, no thanks. You know, I think they would all be convinced. I mean, I already was, but I'm even more going to be more passionate about it. I also appreciated Adam's point from last night. It made me feel hopeful. He said we don't have to use the 1.8 ARPA funds if we come up with an additional revenue source in time, because they all take a long time to implement. But that made me super hopeful because I hadn't thought of that. I was just left with a little bit of disappointment that that's how we're using ARPA funds. So I don't get the final say in how you guys with these hard questions, the city council, have to solve it. But I'm excited that maybe the $1.8 million in ARPA won't go to the revenue shortfall. So I'm excited about that. Thanks.
And Claudia, can I ask how many are on Zoom right now? Just, I mean, do we have 20? Do we have 100?
We have 21.
21, okay, so.
Are any of them?
I don't think.
So to Mark Davis's feelings last night, you know, his heart hurt, mine hurts when we only have 21, and that's part staff, so.
It's majority staff. Counselor Minky had her hand raised.
Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Mayor and Claudia especially. I just wanted to bring up, you know, that there's been a number of things kind of, and I know some of you think that I'm just not going to get off this, but it greatly disturbs me that for 20 plus years we have been kind of shut out of 3% of the pilot fee from water through Water and Light and Cascade Steel. I mean, even in a loose estimate, it's $10 million that the city certainly could have used over that period of time much better. I think we really need to think seriously about other revenue streams, and even if they're kind of difficult to deal with, I think we need to vote them in. So I'm strongly pro looking at other revenue sources. Trying to think there was something else, but I guess I'll let it go with that one. I am extremely pleased with the presentations. I think they're wonderful. Thank you so much, staff, for all your time and effort in this, and also to the Council and Budget Committee for putting in the time and due diligence to listen to all of this. That's it.
Thank you.
Could I?
Go ahead.
Would
Did you want to go?
Remy has the
ahead.
floor. No, I'll.
Thank you,
got the-
Chair. I'm gonna add to the chorus of not just the presentation's phenomenal, but also this this document is a tremendous document that in and of itself tells these amazing stories. I echo the dismay that these rooms aren't packed when these stories are being told, but that's always the case. And yes, so welcome the challenge of how do we increase engagement. Maybe we should just say, let's meet every Tuesday, the 2nd and 4th of the month, and you could come and listen to what we're talking about. Maybe that'll work, I don't know, or something new. But, you know, and I hear you, Councillor Chenoweth, and I appreciate the time you've spent in doing this individual homework and thinking and looking at all this. And so I also invite you in your solutions on that because, yes, how do we get the community engaged in the conversation to hear these stories so that we are not met with a room of angry people when we're looking to go and resolve issues at the city, and instead we're being viewed as trying to be on the take. When what I really see through the story that's been told here is what I started to say last night, which is we have seen how we have grown this family community of McMinnville, how we have slowly added bits and pieces, parks, services, and that whole time we have not been keeping up. We have not been taking care of things. We haven't been scrubbing our floors and changing all our own, changing our light bulbs, or even having light bulbs on hand to change them. And so now we are this big family that has this beautiful old house that's kind of run down, and the cost of maintenance is incredible, and we haven't saved to send our kids to the vocational wastewater training program. And I also look at that ARPA money that we used, and I agree with what Director Cuellar said, which is that I don't think that using that $1.8 million to just pay our bills is the right way to go. I mean, certainly, I think if anybody said, well, you know, we won a lottery ticket, what are you going to do? You're going to be like, well, I'm definitely going to pay my water and light bill with it. Like, that's the first thing that I want to do with that money. No, you would dream about what you could do with it, and I think we should dream. But what I see the usefulness of that ARPA money for us right now is that what I am hopeful is that ARPA money is buying us the time to figure out a community engagement piece so the community can hear these stories that we have been told and can get behind supporting some additional funding in this year so that we can start establishing more permanent funding structures as they are needed throughout our city, and be the kind of city that we aspire to be and that we want to view ourselves as. Thank you.
Did you have something, Zach? You usually do.
Guilty? Yeah, I echo a lot of the sentiments. I'm glad to hear that people are playing catch up on where they are for revenue, and hopefully we're going to get there. Look forward to continuing that discussion. I think, you know, how do you know what's the difference between flying and falling and until you hit the ground, right? I think, you know, your comment, Debbie, about what are other communities doing, and also at the time of transitioning where we're saying goodbye to, you know, I don't want to throw you under the bus, Mayor Hill, but you may have been serving on this committee before I was born. You've been on this damn committee so long. But at least when I was playing in Parks and Rec ball, and Adam and I were playing in Parks and Rec ball, you were making decisions on that budget. I appreciate so much of the work that you guys did then to get us to where we are. As you said, we've fared so much better than those communities, and I appreciate those choices. I mean, communities of similar sizes. Grants Pass closed the library, and the community volunteers to to keep the doors open. You know, this, the forethought to say those choices aren't ones that we are going to make. And now we need to build more runway, and that's those revenue options. And so, germane to the budget, Chair Hart, I wish we were approving this, and actually I wish we were approving, you know, more of this, but I wish we were approving this, and I hope that conversation next week takes us back to here at least. So, you know, and I'll turn my attention now to staff. Thank you so much. Again, I know that basically this was written the same, and the presentations were the difference, and those were, as I say, my Rosetta Stone to feeling better about and understanding more about how we can help you guys do more for the community. So, which is where I think we need to be going. So, thank you.
You are welcome. Often in the past, as we've gone through the budget, there were changes that were made or discussed, and I haven't heard any of that tonight. You know, we would go through and there'd be a line item where we would knock off 10,000 and put it somewhere else, or look really hard at the reserves and should we move some money out of that. But I don't think that's really, that's not something we've really talked about tonight. And probably what I would therefore do is entertain a motion at this time along, as showed up on the screen. After we have that, after we have a motion and after we have it seconded, we will have, my intent would be to go around the room and have everyone have a final opportunity to give their view of the budget, knowing that the revenue issue is something separate. That you folks, you elected public officials, public officers will have to wrangle with over the next coming weeks, months, understanding that there are really, I mean, there are genuine or philosophical issues on how that money should be raised, what level of input should the citizens of McMinnville have in that process. But that's going to be for another day, and we as mere budget committee members, as we all are tonight, will be voting on the motion that I would now entertain.
I would so move that we approve the fiscal year 2002-2003 budget to be approved at a level of $135,567,769.
I second that motion.
You also need to add the comment about the taxes, Mayor.
Yeah, the following, at the bottom of the box, too.
Okay. I approve the tax for the 2022-2023 to be at a rate of $5.02 per thousand as excess value of operating purposes, and $2,934,540 for the general obligation bond levy in the debt service fund for the principal and interest.
Do I hear a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Kelly. So it has been moved by Budget Committee Member Hill and seconded by Budget Committee Member Minke that the Budget Committee of the City of McMinnville has reviewed and hereby approves the budget for the 2022-2023 fiscal year in the amount of $135,567,769, and further that the committee also approve taxes for the 2022-2023 fiscal year at the rate of $5.02 per $1,000 of assessed value for operating purposes, and $2,934,540 for the general obligation bond levy in the debt service fund for principal and interest. So we do have that motion. It's been made and seconded, and I would like to go around. We'll start with Saul.
Okay. And what are you looking for? Just comments?
Well, just your comments. If you have any, closing thoughts, I think it's important that thank you.
I think I get it. I said most of what I had to say during the hearing. I guess the only other comment that I'd make, in light of the frustration that some folks on the board have had with regard to us not doing more, which is that I represent the poorest census tract in the region. And so I am very conscious about every time we do anything to make a claim on people's taxes and decision to provide services. But fundamentally, my ward is also the place with most of the young kids that are in this community. And I guess I'm at the point where I feel like I don't want these kids to have to go 10 years without having decent parks to play in. You know, that's just where I'm at. I don't want that for our community. I know that we can't do anything about the gentrification in the short term. We're going to try, but that's just happening. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's been hard for me to agree to new revenue, because I'm seeing a lot of people priced out of our community, and it really breaks my heart.
Thank you.
But at the same time, I think we need to fund these services, and the people that we rely on them, sorry, Jerry. I had to catch my breath. But at the same time, I think we need to fund these services, so I'm in on this. Thank you.
Victoria?
So this is the first time that I've participated in this, so I really appreciate the staff's work in preparing all the stories and the slides. I think that really helped, and I echo what everyone else has said about wishing that more people in the community could have access to this or take advantage of the access to this, because I agree that I think most people would listen to this and agree that there needs to be some sustainable funding that we find. I also agree, what Heather said earlier, that the median household income would only support a $200,000 home, and then you're asking people to pay more to support the services is challenging. But it seems like overall the biggest challenges are staffing and long-term planning, but also stability. It sounds like with staffing anyway, compensation isn't the biggest issue. It's more that people don't feel like the staff doesn't feel like they will have a stable job here. And so fixing the budget issues that are very systemic is really important to being able to provide these services going forward, even if we were to come up with sustainable ways of providing the funding. The community and the staff really need to know that they're appreciated and that their jobs will continue too, so that we can provide the services. Thank you to everybody.
Adam?
First, I just wanted to say thank you to staff for your presentations and your slides, how you broke out the ad packages. I definitely prefer this format over the previous years of bad rendition of speed dating, is what I would like to call it. When Jeff told me Monday that we are going to be going to this format, I was intrigued, and I hope that we continue with the format like this. The back and forth dialogue of us as a budget committee and you guys as staff, I think really helped us wrap our heads around it and not just jumping line item to line item. I still liked going through the budget line item to line item, but I like doing that, over a few week period as I'm reading through the budget. And there wasn't anything in this budget that jumped out to me that I think we need to amend from a line item standpoint. There was a few things they brought up as questions, but I'm confident in how they were addressed, and I'm fine with adopting this amended budget as presented.
Chris?
I've said a lot of what I had to say, asked a lot of questions, got the information that I wanted. I guess first I'd like to say thank you to Jeff. This was a vast improvement on any budget process that I've either sat as a witness to or been a party of. So thank you for doing it this way. Thank you for hearing the frustrations that have been expressed on how things were being done and finding a solution that was a very good one. So thank you very much. Thank you to staff. I've said it a couple of times. I'll keep saying it. I can't convey as much as I feel how grateful I am for our staff. So, you know, I can only say it so many times. Hopefully you feel it. I'll try to do a better job of getting donuts to every department. I guess one thing I do want to voice, it has nothing to do with the budget, but, you know, there's been, and this is not meant to be a pejorative or a negative to the person who's made these comments. It's just my perspective. There's been several comments made regarding how they really liked the core services analysis that was done. One of the things I struggle with is the core services analysis. And the reason I struggle with it is because it was done by the staff without input from the community on how they feel those services are being provided. If I wanted to hear and get an understanding of where our services are at, it would be the users of those services that would be probably best able to tell me how well I'm providing those services, not the people that are running those services and are coming before me looking for more revenue. And so for me, it's, and not that I don't trust, but there's kind of a built-in bias in that approach. So for me, the core services analysis lacked a very big component, and that was how do our customers feel about our services. And I look at how we're going about taking the revenue, and I expressed this in various different times. I actually spent a number of years of my life in an apartment complex here in McMinnville. It was a cockroach-infested complex. I had plumbing that backed up and ruined my carpet, and the landlord was a landlord that was making money, not interested in fixing anything. And I had carpet that was destroyed. And I lived like that. And I had to make choices between whether I was going to pay my car insurance or whether I was going to pay my water bill. If I got coffee, I got coffee where I worked because I couldn't afford to buy the coffee. And there are a lot of citizens in our community that are there. And so as was expressed by Victoria, I'm concerned in the approach and how we go about doing this. Because there is definitely a concern, and you've heard it, we saw the frustrated people coming in here, of how this is going to impact their budgets when you add to it gas, when you add to it taxes. So I'm going to put the plea again, please find a way before you increase revenue to bring the voice of the constituents to agreement. Don't just do it from this body, because there's a lot of people that are going to be impacted. Beyond that, I found myself moved by everything that was said, and you can tell that because I have changed a little bit in my dialogue. So thank you very much, and we'll see what happens going forward.
I am comfortable with a very uncomfortable budget, I guess. But I do want to say, I know we are so lucky with the staff that we have. I love this city, and I can tell you do too, and that was very apparent in what you said and in your commitment to the city. I would say I still wish we could have more help in HR, just because that's the quickest, lowest hanging fruit, I think, to help take some of the pressure off some of these folks. If we could retain our people better, if we could treat them well, if we could fill vacancies faster, I feel like that might, emotionally at least, help in some places. But thanks so much for your time and for letting me be part of this process.
Thank you. Zach.
I'm out of words. I'm ready for my action, so that's it.
Meredith?
I already kind of said what I was thinking I would I already concluded, but then in response to Counselor Chenoweth's thoughts about, I too have lived in very dire circumstances. By the time I moved here, my husband was a physician, but we were swimming in debt. But before that, we had a decade of training with no income, little to no income. And I depended on the services. I didn't live here at the time, but I went to the library with my kids twice a week. I went to the park. I needed utility assistance. I took advantage of everything I could find out about. There was a free swim lessons. My oldest just had 1 week of free swim lessons until we moved here and he was 6. I think those services, we figure out a way to come up with systems to help the people who are struggling. It doesn't mean because I'm willing to now help anyone I can. I've talked to Susan. I would love to pay for other kids to also play soccer. There needs to be those systems where the people who have worked their way out of dire circumstances can help. And I think we can come up with those. It takes communication and creativity. I love that the executive team works together. I believe you that you do. You convinced me. And I think that's great, that it's not everyone out for themselves. And so I trust you when you prioritize which department should get money which time. Susan explaining that the MacPac communication money that, personally, it would have meant a lot to me. I love that she said, we're not going to use it this year. It's going to go to the fire districting communication because it's all one thing. It's all one city. So thank you.
Thank you. Remy?
Thank you again.
Wendy?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, a big thank you to everyone who presented the past 2 days. Really beautiful presentations, very thoughtful. I'm really pleased with the refined format. It's a huge improvement from the first year I was on the committee. So much more information than we were given beforehand. So I'm learning a lot, and I really appreciate it. I know that we all have our own priorities, but overall, I believe that everyone is doing the best with what we have as a city, and I'm grateful for everyone involved in this process. The decisions that these department heads are having to make they sound very hard, and I'm grateful for everybody that's doing that. I would like to add my name to the hat to anybody who's advocating or any groups that are advocating for the airport and the parks and rec programs. I'd love to be more involved with that. But that's really it. I'm really happy with this presentation in the last 2 days.
Thank you. Sherry?
Hi, guys. I am really feeling very stressed over the fact that we have this $1.8 million gap that we brought in from ARPA funds to fuel our budget, while we are not able, as a community, to address that gap. So I think that we need to address the service fees that we originally raised in the community meetings. I just feel that we need to address those gaps in the what I say, the fuel, not the fuel, but the funding gaps, and think that is going to solve our problems. But we really need to, I agree with what Scott said last night, that we have to address those funding gaps.
Thank you. Kelly?
I'm ready to vote.
What did she say?
Ready to vote.
Oh, I do want to thank Jeff. I'm ready to vote, but I did want to briefly thank Jeff. I think I've thanked everybody else. I think he's done a marvelous job putting together many great and innovative ideas for this budget season.
Thank you, Kelly. I'd like to personally say that I really appreciate the members of the Budget Committee and the effort that they went to this year. And by Budget Committee, I mean the council and the non-council members of the Budget Committee. I said last night that I wasn't going to pull the old guy routine again, but I will. I've been on the Budget Committee for a number of years, and you collectively have put in more hours than any other budget committee that I have ever seen, and so I appreciate that. So I applaud all of you for your efforts. And of course, staff did a wonderful job. I mean, it's just been a great experience, and we got such a much better sense, I think, of the budget and the impact of decisions that are made and how the decisions are made, which is really, really a critical part of that. So I appreciate that. And you have the last word.
Literally in 6 days, I'll have the last word, really. And so, number one, staff, thank you. Jerry and I, this is my 29th year on the Budget Committee. And so hopefully, Zach, you were in T-ball back then, okay?
I was in my first year KOB.
And I'll tell you, well, I'm not going to belabor any of this old stuff, okay? I just want to, I want to tell staff how much, from the very get-go, how much confidence I have in our staff and our executive group. I truly know that we've got the very best that we can get. There's a magnet that pulls people to McMinnville, and I've seen it in our new hires. And we've had a rough time, and you've probably wondered a little bit, did I make the right decision? But it is good. This is a great place to be. So number one, thank you, staff. I have always felt you're the very best, and I have the utmost confidence. Going through the revised budget, oh, what a chore on you guys. It wasn't a chore on us. We just had to read it. But it was you that had to negotiate and know where you needed to go. For 30 years, I paid taxes in McMinnville happily. Absolutely happily, I have paid taxes because my children have benefited. I have benefited from this piece of heaven that's called McMinnville. I don't think we recognize what we have. And so to do a lot of the things that we do and the things that we've done, it takes money to do. If I would be here, I would still happily pay more taxes for more services to continue the legacy and the heritage which is ours. We can't stop that. I mean, we've had forefathers that have done all the right kinds of things. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Budget Committee. We've got to come up with a solution. And there's many ways of doing that, and Tuesday night we'll explore some of those. Lastly, what a pleasure it's been to, again, two things. My son and daughter-in-law and grandkids are coming in tomorrow night. So if you read the newspaper, you know where we're going to be tomorrow evening. 3rd Street Pizza. Okay, we'll be there, I promise you. That's my son called. Well, they come in tomorrow night late, so it's Friday night. We will be at 3rd Street Pizza. Anybody that wants to be here, you can meet the family. But at the same token, be aware that this is my home. It will always be my home. Okay, I'm moving, but this will be my home. I grew up in Portland, spent the first 30 years there, but this last 30 years has made me, I call this home, and it will always be. And again, the things that we've talked about this evening, the things that we're going to be talking about for years to come, make sure that the decisions we make it home for everyone that lives in McMinnville. And so thank you for those opportunity just to reminisce a little bit.
Thank you. We appreciate it. I would like to have you call for a vote.
Committee Member Haas. I actually don't see her on the line anymore. Counselor Geary.
Aye.
Committee Member Maxfield.
Aye.
Counselor Minky.
Aye.
Council President Drapkin.
Aye.
Committee Member Maxfield. Oh, sorry. Committee Member Harmon Ferry.
Aye.
Counselor Chenoweth.
Aye.
Committee Member Phoenix.
Aye.
Counselor Garvin.
Aye.
Committee Member Ernst.
Aye.
Counselor Peralta.
Aye.
Mayor Hill.
Aye.
Chair Hart.
Aye.
Did I miss anyone?
Got it. So it's been approved. Good job, people. Is there anything else for the good of the order?
Can I just thank you all again for your service, not just these last 2 nights, but these last 9 months. The work that you did, Debbie, in partial answer your question over the last less than a year is work that other communities have done over a decade or more. Nothing we're dealing with is new. It's just in a really compressed time frame. And I think that's one of the reasons it feels like it's a lot. I appreciate your trust. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you on behalf of the entire team for your service to the community.
Thank you.
One last thing. If we are not meeting tomorrow, can I call for a motion?
I move to cancel the Thursday, May 19th meeting of the Budget Committee and...
Second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? It passed.
The only thing.
Good job.
Nope, just adjourn the meeting.
Nay.
Adjourn the meeting.
Oh, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Hello.